on, soldiers. There's an easier way to deal with mosquitoes and ticks. Wayne's Pest Control offers modern solutions that are safe and effective, so you don't have to battle them alone. It's best to just call Wayne's Pest Control.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's a lot of reasons. Did you know there are over 6,000 car crashes every day across the United States? That's staggering. Many will have no idea what to do next. We've recovered over $25 billion for our injured clients. We know exactly what to do. Injured in a car accident? We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Good morning, folks. It is 5 a.m., and I'm Jay Harper with your top stories on this Friday. We'll have a forecast and a traffic report for you, so stand by. A Murfreesboro woman is facing some serious charges after federal officials say she threatened to kill U.S. Senator Marsha Blackburn. Penelope R. Convertino, 22 years of age, is charged with making a threat to murder a federal official. That's according to acting U.S. Attorney Robert E. McClure of the Middle District of Tennessee. Court documents reveal that back on May 30th, a threatening voicemail was left to Blackburn's Nashville office. The caller made violent and vulgar threats against Blackburn, including plans to harm her on national television. Convertino was arrested by FBI agents yesterday. If convicted, she could face up to 10 years in federal prison and a $250,000 fine. The FBI and the Nashville field office are investigating, with McGuire prosecuting the case. Now on the national front, top officials at the CDC have resigned after the director, Susan Menarez, was fired by the White House for not aligning with the president. But her lawyers say she hasn't officially been fired. Here's ABC's Stephen Portnoy.
On Monday of this week, Susan Menarez was called into the office for a three-way meeting between herself, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., and his principal deputy chief of staff, a woman named Stephanie Speer. Now, according to our sources, Kennedy and Speer asked that Dr. Menarez fire senior staffers at the CDC and commit to changes in vaccine policy. Menarez would have had to sign off on those changes as the director of CDC, and she was not willing to commit to doing that.
Now let's take a look at the market numbers report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. They are online at beaconcm.com. We're checking in now with Michelle Franzen with a recap of yesterday's money news.
New encouraging economic data sending stocks into record territory once again. The S&P reached 6,500 for the first time ever, closing up 20 points. The Dow added 71. The Nasdaq gained 115. The Commerce Department reported that the U.S. economy expanded faster than previously thought last quarter, and the Labor Department says applications of unemployment fell last week. On top of that, the average rate on a 30-year mortgage slipped to its lowest level in 10 months. On the earnings end, analysts had time to digest NVIDIA's quarterly earnings report, which beat forecasts. Its stock dipped a bit on news that sales of its artificial intelligence chipsets rose at a slower pace than anticipated. Still, investors are optimistic about the future of AI. Spam maker Hormel sank over 12% for the biggest drop among S&P 500 companies after its earnings fell short of Wall Street's forecasts, and the company cut its outlook for the year.
Let's take a look at the stock futures before the opening bell. The Dow is down 145, the S&P down 21, NASDAQ down 117 and a quarter. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News. At 5 minutes past 5 a.m., we already have a crash reported, albeit traffic very light, so not really affecting things much. But I-40 westbound at the Hermitage Avenue exit at 212, exit 212, a crash reported there. Also, it's a T-Dot holiday with the Labor Day weekend, so any lane closures will only happen in an emergency. That's how traffic is shaping up this morning, and we've got it every 10 minutes, every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.506 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you. It is so nice to be back in the studio after yesterday's train wreck
with a working TV
out there at Edley's. Yes, this is my first time back in the studio with the working TV for you folks that are watching on Super Talk TV. So we do have a lot of news to get to, including all the latest with the Minnesota shooting. I've got that for you. I've got some illegal immigration in the news as well. I'm going to start, though, on this Friday with this headline. President Trump and his FDA have rescinded the emergency use authorizations for those COVID-19 vaccinations. Now, the vaccinations have been gone for a long time. We all know that, the mandatory vaccinations. Those have been gone for a long time. But what they did yesterday is they actually took away the legal mechanism for them to be able to mandate vaccines the next time a China virus happens. So I'm going to play some audio here, some video too. This is FDA Commissioner Dr. Marty Makary.
The FDA did two things. One, we approved COVID vaccines with for the newest strain, and they're for high-risk individuals. Second thing we did is remove the emergency use authorization for COVID vaccines, which will eliminate the possibility of doing mandates in young, healthy subjects. Mandates are no longer legally possible. But anyone who wants to get a vaccine can get a vaccine. Remember, 20% of medications in the United States are given off-label. The vaccines will still be available.
Dr. McCary, I noticed the role of the physician seems to be increasing here. As a practicing physician, I'm sensitive to that. In other words, doctors are more involved in deciding who gets these vaccines. Talk to me about it.
Well, look, that's exactly what we want. We want to put the power back with doctors and their patients. We want these decisions to be a discussion. The government is not your doctor.
No, the government is not your doctor, and I think this is great. So the important things here, just to let you know, ending the mandates, those mandates, of course, that saw so many Americans lose their jobs, maybe you, maybe your family member, maybe your loved one, whatever. But we know what those mandates did. That's number one. Number two, basically, these mandates have been unwound or been unwinding for quite some time, the further away that we get from COVID. But what this ultimately does is it does take away that legal basis that Joe Biden used to justify those really broad vaccine mandates. And I think that, you know, I've talked about this so many times, but there have been times I've been so incredibly angry. Like, if we had Super Talk TV at the time that Biden came out and did that, my face was red with anger when he came down with those mandates. And so now that legal justification is gone. So we'll have to see ultimately when this happens again, if they somehow try to bring this back. The vaccines, by the way, because you got a lot of people out there that just love their vaccines. Is it Travis Kelce? Travis Kelce, I'm talking to you. Yeah. He's one that just married Taylor Swift, or is going to marry Taylor Swift.
Yes.
He's the one that did the vaccine commercials. So Travis Kelce, I'm talking to you. So if anybody wants a vaccine for COVID, I mean, they're there, so don't worry. But the other thing that they're talking about, and the other thing that they are demanding, and I love this, is that they're demanding placebo-controlled trials from the pharmaceutical companies for future vaccine approvals. See, that is huge. Because let's all be honest, we know that there have been side effects to these vaccines, the COVID vaccines. Let's also talk about how, of course, as we all know, they were not fully tested. As I said a bazillion times, Operation Warp Speed, what could go wrong? So putting a lid on the whole COVID travesty of those mandates, doing all the Trump administration is doing all they can to ensure that this can't happen again. Now, you got some people, again, that are worried about the fact that we may see lower vaccination rates because of this. Well, again, it is still available. But the key words here are if you and your doctor decide to do it, as Dr. Marty McCrary said, that the government is not your doctor. And no, it's not. So I love what they're doing. This is from the Associated Press, by the way. This is how they frame it. These actions fulfill campaign promises to prioritize personal freedom over federal mandates, resonating with anti-mandate sentiments. However, they have drawn criticism from Democrats and some public officials and experts who argue that undermining vaccine policies could erode trust in scientific institutions and risk outbreaks of preventable diseases. I want you to think about this. It seems to me that trust was eroded in scientific institutions when they forced the vaccines. Vaccines that were not fully tested. That's number one and two. Also, they didn't allow public debate. Y'all know exactly what happened to people who raised up their hands and they said, wait a minute. The government is not our doctor. And we have questions. We have a lot of questions about these vaccines. And folks lost their jobs. They were condemned online. They were accused of wanting people to die. Don't get me started about Dr. Anthony Fauci. Let's talk about, or let's not talk about, whatever, but the censorship that happened when people were raising their hands. There were brilliant scientists. I mean, brilliant scientists who lost their reputations. Their reputations were destroyed because they questioned the vaccines and they questioned the lockdowns. And so for me, and you know, it's interesting, some of those people, I don't believe that they have ever recovered, even though it turns out they were right. And Dr. Anthony Fauci was wrong. The Great Barrington Declaration, when they came out, when those brilliant scientists came out and questioned the lockdowns, and Fauci basically said, there will be no debate. And ultimately, they colluded so that those people that had the dissenting voice, they were censored and they were destroyed. So I think that this is great. I mean, you were basically persecuted if you were even asking questions. I mean, that's the part of what, has always bothered me about this. And as a talk show host, I can definitely relate to that. And so obviously these vaccine mandates, they're over anyway. But what, again, this does do is it takes away the vehicle to do it again. The next time we end up getting a China virus, and I believe that it'll probably happen again. But what I like is that the mandates, the vehicle to implement those mandates is gone. And they have to do the proper research and the testing if it does happen again. I think, personally, I love that. I think that that is really important. And for those people that love their vaccines, they want to get, the vaccine and they want to get all of the updates and all of that. You can still do that if you want. It is 5:15. Time to check the roads on WTN.
Yeah, Dan, we are looking pretty smooth here this morning. We do have one issue, though, a crash being worked 40 westbound at the Hermitage Avenue exit. That's exit 212. But aside from that, no other accidents or breakdowns reported. We've got your traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Jay. It is 5:16 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. By the way, the Super Text line is open, 615-737-9986. 3994 has a great comment on the Super Text line, and that is your employer is not your doctor. And that is absolutely right. 1949 says, good morning, y'all, from USP Truck 623. Thank you for that. Cookville checking in this morning as well. So I brought my laptop in here this morning, guys. So because I made a decision yesterday. And that is that I want to, because I've got a lot going on in here. And so I've decided now to bring in my laptop every single day so that I can keep it right there on the Super Text line. So it's always going to be here as opposed to having to navigate through the 15 windows that I have going on. So if you want to send in a text, I'm reading them right now, 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. So Donald Trump continues to keep the streets safe in Washington, D.C. Now, do you know Jay? I'm going to test Jay, and I'm going to test Sam.
Uh-oh.
Yep. Do you have a guess as to, and you know what, Super Texters, if you have a guess too, how much do you believe it is costing per day to man the streets of Washington, D.C. with the National Guard? How much do you think a day?
With the National Guard?
Yep.
In D.C. per day?
Yes. Ding, 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 ding.
I will say 1.2 million.
All right. What do you say, Sam?
I'm going to go low. I'm going to say 250,000.
Wow. Okay. So it's 1.2 million. So, Jay, you went over. So, Sam, who is way off, actually wins because Jay, you went over.
Oh,
okay. Am I getting those?
It's one of those. If you go over.
If you go over, yeah. So $1 million.
Well,
but here's the question.
Closer.
I know you were closer,
Yeah,
but
you set the rules.
Yes, I guess. So, but is it worth it? I think it's absolutely worth it.
Absolutely worth it.
Considering what's been spent on illegal migrants over the last 4.5 years, 100%.
Listen, if we can save just one life, right? Don't you always go back to what the Democrats always say?
Man,
right? If we could just save one life. And I'm not going to go through the whole monologue again as to how many black lives and lives, generally speaking, Donald Trump is saving. So I do believe that it is $1 million a day. I do believe that that is worth it. And do you know why? It's because this truly is a grand experiment. And so what Donald Trump is doing is he is saying, yeah, you know what? I'm right. And we're showing the rest of the United States and the world what happens when you put law enforcement on the streets.
Dan, what did you think of the D.C. mayor actually thanking the president and acknowledging that, hey, it's helped?
I love it. I love it. Muriel Bowser, I could, maybe I'll do this. But, previously, when the president was sending the National Guard in the early stages of all of this, she was angry, wasn't she? She and the Democrats were just spitting mad. And now she's like, and I'll see if I can pull up the audio. But now, she's happy. She's actually thanking the president.
I guarantee you people underneath her in her office have been coming to her saying that they have noticed a change. And she has been forced to have to change her opinion based on the facts presented to her.
You think it was forced?
I think it was forced just on the fact that it's working, and you can't deny reality when your own people are coming to you going, hey, I walked to my car last night, and you know what? I didn't have to look over my shoulder. Mm-hmm. I saw a couple troops under the streetlight, and I thought, you know what? I'm probably good to keep going.
Yeah, that is the thing. And for them to come out with the same attitude they had when all of this was just beginning, which is, this is Donald Trump is trying to take over the city and all of this BS.
It's fascism.
It's fascism. That's yes. I think that would be more gaslighting. The Democrats would be gaslighting. We have clearly seen results. And because we've now seen results, they can't continue with this narrative of, it's fascism. And, Donald Trump is, trying to be a king. You remember the whole no kings protests and all of that kind of stuff. No, they can't say that now because Trump is saving American lives. So now the question would be, all right, so now what do we do? Do we, when you're in Chicago, if you're the mayor of Chicago, if you're Brandon Johnson, if you are J.B. Pritzker, do you say, okay, you know what? We now have proof that the extra law enforcement does help keep the streets safe, and it does save lives. So now they have absolutely no excuse to say no to President Trump. So personally, I love it. I really do. And, I guess next is going to be Chicago. We'll have to see ultimately what happens. The super text line is open, 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. It is 5:22 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk Super Talk 99.7. Jay Harper's in the WTN newsroom. Jay, what's coming up at 5:30?
Yeah, Dan, we'll actually hear more about folks that were on the scene in Minneapolis during that horrific shooting here earlier this week. And you're going to have a lot of company if you're traveling for the Labor Day weekend. We'll have that and more coming up at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
527, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. And good morning to you, friends. Happy Friday to you. So Jay mentioned Muriel Bowser, who is the mayor for Washington, D.C. You know, when this whole thing started, you know, it's interesting because you did have people that said that Donald Trump, President Trump, actually had a very good relationship with Muriel Bowser as this whole thing was getting going. And the president was bringing in the National Guard. And it was interesting. I don't know if you remember this, Jay, who's, by the way, in for Joan. Oh, by the way, did you guys see what I did? I did something really funny, but I might get in trouble for it. So I'm going to tell you what that is at 5:36. Okay. Do you know what I did, Jay?
No.
Don't say it. Sam, do you know what you don't know what I did. So at 5:35, I'm going to tell you what I did here at the radio station. I might get in trouble for it, but I did it to honor one Joan Jones. Sam's laughing. I think Sam knows what I'm talking about. Anyway, we're going to do that at 5:35. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take a picture of what I did, and I'm going to put it on the YouTube stream. That's what I'm going to do. Anyway, where was I? Muriel Bowser. So she and Donald Trump, it was interesting because depending on who she was talking to, if she was talking to members of the community, she would be like, oh, yeah, this is a federal takeover and, I hate this and all this other stuff. And Donald Trump's trying to be a king. But when she's talking to the media, there were times when she sounded a little bit more reasonable. Anyway, now she has no choice but to admit and acknowledge that things are looking pretty good in Washington, D.C.
And we greatly appreciate the surge of officers that enhance what MPD has been able to do in this city. The most significant thing that we are highlighting today is the area of crime that was most troubling for us in 2023. Now, we have driven it down over the last years, but I'm going to get my glasses so I can make sure I can see it correctly. But for carjackings, the difference between this period, this 20-day period of this federal surge and last year represents a 87% reduction in carjackings in Washington, D.C.
87%.
She's very controlled in this release of information and trying to use certain words to keep people from being triggered that she has changed her mind.
We know that when carjackings go down, when the use of gun goes down, when homicide or robbery go down, neighborhoods feel safer and are safer. So this surge has been important to us for that reason.
You know what they should have done? They should have made her wear a Donald Trump is right about everything hat.
Yeah.
Oh, that would be funny. Got to go. 5:30. WTN.
Good morning. It's 5:30, and I'm not Joan Jones, and I've got your top stories. We'll get you a forecast and a traffic report very shortly. Parents, shooting victims, and community members gathered outside the memorial site at Annunciation Catholic School in Minneapolis yesterday. That's a day after a shooter killed 2 children and injured 18 others in what investigators are calling a domestic terrorism act and a hate crime. Juliet Seifert's son attends the school, and she told ABC her son pushed a younger child under the church pews to protect him when the shooting started.
He had a first grade buddy that he shoved under the pew and covered, like all of his 8th grade classmates. And he was one of the kids that didn't get shot covering their buddy. And so I know that he feels really bad about that.
Labor Day weekend is here, and experts say it's going to be one of the busiest travel weekends in years.
The TSA expects to screen more than 17 million passengers over the next 7 days. And for those hitting the roads, gas prices are at their lowest in 4 years. In fact, prices at the pump are expected to be lower than last year. AAA saying the current price is $3.20, 13 cents lower than last year. The most popular destinations for this Labor Day are New York, Las Vegas, Seattle, Miami, and Chicago.
Back here in Nashville, authorities have recovered a body from the Cumberland River after responding to a drowning call yesterday afternoon. Metro Dispatch confirmed that authorities responded to a reported drowning at around 5 o'clock yesterday evening. A spokesperson for Metro Nashville Police told News 2 that a body was found floating in the Cumberland River by a citizen as they were entering the inlet at the 1500 block of Lock Road. Police later said an initial examination was able to identify the body as a man, and the body showed no obvious signs of trauma. Police say the body was carrying the identification of a 60-year-old Nashville man. The Davidson County Medical Examiner's Office will confirm the man's identity and determine the cause of death. Again, that's according to Metro Police. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News. Traffic very, very light in the metro area, but we still have a couple of crashes here. The first of which, Elm Hill Pike, just east of Royal Parkway. The other is on Old Hickory Boulevard, just north of I-40 East. But aside from that, we're looking pretty darn good. We've got your traffic every 10 minutes, every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.537, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. All right, so if you're watching on Super Talk TV, Jay, check out Super Talk TV if you would. So here's what I've done that I may get in trouble for. Forgive me, corporate, for I have sinned. I've defaced a piece of property for the company. The company, don't deface company property, right? But you folks remember how the TV was broken. This is kind of inside baseball for people that just really love the station. Joan Jones broke the TV by pushing our really, really heavy door all the way back, and the edge of the door hit the TV. So I said, we need something to protect the TV. And I love the company. I thought they'd have something a little bit more high tech, but they actually have now put, it's like a paving stone. It's a paving stone here in the studio, and it is right in front of the TV. So you can't physically, unless somebody moves the paving stone, you can't physically push the TV, the door all the way back so that it'll hit the TV. So the TV is absolutely protected. But Sam and Jay, I couldn't help myself. So this paving stone, I decided to take a Sharpie, and I have written on the paving stone, the Joan Jones TV Protection Unit in Sharpie. Do you like that?
I'm just enjoying giving you the silent treatment there. No, I think that given how
it broke,
yes, that's a fine thing to dedicate.
Listen, we need it, and I thought that I would go ahead and deface company property by writing in Sharpie the Joan Jones TV Protection Unit. I'm debating though as to whether or not I should actually, because I actually took a little video, and I was going to tag Joan in the video on X. But see, I don't know if I want to...
Is that what you were doing in there during the break?
Yeah, I took a video.
Okay, because I see you standing up and holding your phone, and I can't...
I took a video, but see, here's the problem is that I don't necessarily know if I want to, broadcast to the world that I've defaced company property, because, they don't like that.
If they're willing to replace a TV, I think we can replace a paving stone.
Well, I would like that paving stone to stay, actually.
So is that what they did? I mean, is that actually a new television?
That's a new TV.
Really?
Oh, Jay wasn't here.
Oh, yeah.
Jay, Joan broke the TV.
Well, I mean, I noticed that it was not operating, here the last couple of days.
And it took them like a month.
I didn't know why.
It took them a month to replace it, which is fine. No criticism. But anyway, so I think I'm going to tweet out the video. I just hope they don't see, because we know they don't listen, right? We know they don't listen, which is fine. We welcome that. But if I put it on Twitter, then I do know that some of the important people here do follow me on Twitter.
If Allison likes it, you might be fine. You might be in the clear if she likes the tweet.
If she likes the tweet.
If she reposts it with the quote, you might be in trouble.
So
she'll pull out the part of my contract that says, thou shalt not deface company property.
Yeah, you know what you've done, Dan? You've created another video series of training that we're going to have to suffer through.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
Yeah.
Yes.
They're going to have you cleaning it outside with a hose and a scrub pad.
Yeah.
So was it our crackpot engineering team that came up with the Joan Jones TV production thing?
Well, I mean, that's what's there. I don't know who.
Yeah,
well, I wouldn't call them crackpot, but I mean, yeah, they can turn off your microphone from home, Jay, just so you know. So anyway, moving right along. Real quickly, a couple of things. First of all, Sam, you're getting ready to graduate college, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
All right. So there is a great video out that will basically prove that your college education means absolutely nothing.
Doubtful.
You're a good conservative. So there is that. So there is, and I forget this woman's name, but she goes off to college campuses. And what she does is she asks college students very basic questions and questions about what's going on in today's world. So listen to this. I have not heard all of this, but I heard the Red Eye guys play some of this. So this is, they're asking about illegal aliens and gang members in college cities, in big cities across the country. Listen.
I think we should abolish jail and we should allow all the violent immigrants and, yes.
We should allow them to what?
Stay here.
Okay. Do you think...
So this supposedly college-educated student says that she believes that they should stay here and apparently not go to jail and just let them roam free. That is insanity.
I think that we could abolish jails, get all the violent immigrants, your words, and all the violent felons in jail. Could we put them here at USF on campus?
Yes, and I'll hang out with them.
You'll hang out with them?
Mm-hmm.
People give people labels all the time, and...
No, they named themselves, like they named their own gang, MS-13.
Yeah, but you saying violent, which I understand, but...
Listen to this.
Gangs are there for a reason. Gangs are there for community, and they're there because... Listen, gangs are...
Oh, my goodness gracious. Gangs are there for community, this girl says. And if you're not watching on Super Talk TV, we have video for all the audio. The camera pans to the interviewer, and she's looking at the camera like, what in the world is this woman talking about? Which is what I would say, too. But you see, the crazy thing is, this is what's happening on college campuses. Is it? Did she say USF? Is that the University of Southern Florida?
Yep.
Okay. Florida women.
Yeah, but you saying violent, which I understand, but gangs are there for a reason. Gangs are there for community, and they're there because, listen, gangs are formed for community. They're formed because they're lacking something, and that they
drug
find,
cartels and human trafficking and sex trafficking and gang.
I mean, this woman is so utterly clueless. Do you know what she says the communities are lacking something. And yeah, they're lacking safe streets and, drugs, which is what the gangs provide. And, raping and robbing and pillaging and as she said, human trafficking, all of these things. It is beyond my comprehension that there are people that are like this, that have this kind of opinion. It is insane. And where do you go to school, Sam? Remind me.
Austin P State.
So, do you hear this in your school?
No, and it's also very major focused. There's a lot of humanities, a lot of sociology majors that are taking these courses from these professors that are extremely left-leaning on a whole lot of things, if not everything, and they are pushing their personal preference of the teachings onto the students. But here's the craziest part: she's actually like half right on how they come out of like in the community.
Yeah.
But look at where they're happening in the corrupt governments of South and Central American countries. Look where they're happening in the Democrat-run cities where there's corruption, like you pointed out the other day with Chicago and the housing. Mm-hmm. They want more money for housing.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I did say that. And so, yeah, Venezuela, there's that whole topic I did earlier this week where Venezuelan government is Maduro is absolutely signed off and sending empty, as Donald Trump said over and over again, sending the bad guys, the MS-13 gang members into our communities, and they're wreaking havoc. I want to listen to the last part of this woman just to see if she has anything redeeming to say as far as what to do with the gangs in our communities.
Lacking something, and that they
drug cartels and human trafficking and sex trafficking and gang raping.
No, that's a byproduct of human evil. That's not what gangs. I'm saying gangs in general, not MS-13.
But you're okay with American citizens going to jail for committing crimes, but you're telling me that when someone that's not an American citizen comes over and commits a crime, they should be allowed to stay.
They should be able to go to American jail.
So you want them to be housed in American jails?
Yeah, they did the crime in America, didn't they?
All right, so at the end, she finally had something, redeeming to say, except the fact that I don't necessarily see. This is the conundrum, isn't it? The conundrum is, do you want these people to be jailed in America? So let's say some dirtbag from Venezuela comes over here and, drugs, rape, the whole thing. They do what they do. Tren de Aragua, MS-13, and so forth. And so they come over here and they do the crime. But then do you want them to do the time here where the American people have to further support them in jail with, 3 hots and a cot or whatever? Or do you want them to go back to Venezuela where no doubt they're not going to put them in a Venezuelan jail? They're not going to. More than likely, they're not going to suffer any consequences. What they're going to do is they're going to wait until we get another Joe Biden-like president in here, opens up the border again, and they'll just come right back in. So it's a tricky conversation because I don't want to support these dirtbags in American prisons. I don't want to pay for their food. I don't want to pay for their internet. I don't want to pay for their transgender flipping surgeries. I want them to just go away. But they're not going to suffer any real consequences if they ultimately end up getting sent back to Venezuela, right? So I don't know. Could that be a Daily Dan poll? Oh, by the way, the Daily Dan poll. Real quick, Sam, what is our? Oh, by the way, do you want to announce to everybody real quick because you talked about it for like incessantly for 10 minutes about your upcoming graduation?
Sure, Dan. I'll be graduating in December.
Yes.
I'm happy to receive my bachelor's degree. And just like Dan has a Marconi, I'm hoping to graduate magna cum laude.
There you go. There you go.
Plugging myself there. But on the poll, do you think weed is an issue in school shootings? 76% say no. 24% say yes.
So coming up in the next hour, there is a guest on Laura Ingram's show last night. And it is his assertion that school shootings, because, that's in the news today, and it is his assertion that Alex Berenson is saying that weed is responsible, perhaps, for all of these school shootings, which doesn't make any sense to me. I'm just going to be honest with you. The dude worked in a dispensary, and so they're trying to tie this to weed, at least Alex Berenson is.
Not the cross-sex hormones, not the antidepressants.
Right.
The weed.
The weed. Which, by the way, weed has been around for thousands of years. It's been around forever. Really here in America, 60s, 70s, the whole thing. And we didn't really start. What year was Columbine?
99.
99. So the school shooting stuff didn't really start happening until 1999. So for Berenson to say, all of these, he says, I've seen the autopsies and, I know that weed is often, involved in the lives of these school shooters. Now, I don't necessarily know if that's true or not, but do you know how many people smoke weed and don't shoot up schools? It is the most ridiculous assertion I've heard in a long time.
Millions
and millions. And then when you start even going into like the gummies and, the weed infested brownies, whatever that is, I don't believe that that's true. But 24% of the people who took the poll on YouTube, watching us on YouTube, do believe that, yes, indeed, marijuana, the devil's lettuce, is responsible for school shootings. We don't even know if this guy was on. Like, they're going to do the autopsy, but we don't know what he was on. We don't know if he was on marijuana, if he had, smoked it or not. So I think he worked at a dispensary, so marijuana is legal in the state of Minnesota.
Yeah, it might be medicinal. I'll check, but yeah, it's.
Can I just say, if I lived in Minnesota, I would want to be stoned too.
If Tim Walz was your governor?
Can you imagine Tim Walz being your governor and Ilhan Omar being your congressperson?
You'd have to be fried to be able to listen to them. And then at least you'd be able to laugh. You'd be like, I live in this state, but you know what? At least they're funny in this current state of mind.
That's exactly right. All right, it is 5:52, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Jay Harper has the news in for Joan, and Joan is going to be back. Is it Wednesday, Jay?
I think so. I'm filling in for Ken a couple of days next week, so I think it is Wednesday when she's coming back.
All right, so we got Jay, and I think Sam is doing the news one day next week as well, but Jay's got the news at 6. Jay.
Yes, sir, Dan. A Middle Tennessee woman threatens a Tennessee U.S. senator. We'll have that story. She's in big trouble. Also, New Orleans marking the anniversary of an event that forever changed that city. We'll have that and more coming up at 6 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.556, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. You guys know Jessica Tarloff? She is the Democrat on the 5. They have a couple of Democrats on the 5. They're on Fox News. I think Jessica Tarloff is what I would say is the dumb one. I'm just going to tell you. I don't like her. I forget, and people on the super text line is 615-737-9986. Who is the former Tennessee congressman that is on the 5? That he's a guy. and I can't remember his name, and I should know it. But anyway, because I actually like him, and I think that he oftentimes presents the Democrats in a fine light. Jessica Tarloff is the exact opposite. There's a video.
Harold Ford Jr.
Harold Ford Jr.
Yeah,
like
Harold
him.
Ford. Yeah, his father was also in politics.
So Jessica Tarloff was on the 5 yesterday, and she had got really into it about Donald Trump going into, of course, sending the National Guard into Washington, D.C., and this is how the argument went down.
Let's say that a Democrat was deploying the yes, you would.
No, I wouldn't.
Then you're a bad constitutionalist.
Oh,
Let's say that a Democrat was deploying the National Guard to cities controlled by Republicans. Let's say that a Democratic president was shaking down private businesses and saying, give me 10% of intel, and maybe I'll make things more favorable
That's
for
not shaking
you.
down.
Let's say that he made you
a veneer
comment.
bias to every one of these things, and then you expect us to agree with it.
I am
It
just
doesn't
giving
work
you
that way.
exactly what Donald Trump is doing, but in the form of Barack
course.
Obama on the 11th anniversary of Tansuit, I might add. Let's say a Democratic president said, I would like to control what goes in our museums. I would like to control American life on campuses.
We could play this dystopian universe forever, but it's now 5:27.
He didn't. They're saying, sorry, we have to go. But you know that if a Democratic president was doing any of these things,
you can't read my mind.
You would be outraged.
No, you can't read my mind.
I know you well enough.
No, you
I've been
can't
saying,
read my
yes, I know you very well.
Typical chick.
Oh, you.
All right.
You have now absolutely gone too far.
So she gets all bent out of shape. You've gone too far.
It reminds me of when Clay Travis was talking about breasts on. You don't remember that clip?
No.
Oh my gosh.
He was talking about.
He was talking to a female reporter about stuff, and the back and forth similar to Gutfeld and Tarloff there. So I would have thought, as a Clay Travis fan, you would have seen that.
Oh no, I haven't seen it. By the way, the 1313 says, yeah, I'm surprised that Tarloff is still there. I agree. Because Harold Ford Jr., I think, you know what we should do? We should do who's your favorite Democrat? Like, and I mean it sincerely. Like, do you have a favorite Democrat? I don't want to make that the Daily Dan poll of the day, but I am curious. Do you have a favorite Democrat? Text us, 615-737-9986. It's so hard these days, though, to have a favorite Democrat. And the reason why is because they're all so nuts. And I don't mean favorite as in a Democrat that makes the Democrats look bad. Who is your most tolerable Democrat? Jay, you're better with words than I am. Does that make sense? Like, who is your most tolerable Democrat? I think mine is Harold Ford Jr. Like, I feel like I could hang out with him. Geraldo, I find him not as insufferable as others. And I'm trying to think of who else. So, yeah, hit me up, 615-737-9986 on the super text line. A lot of people, 3565 says Bill Clinton. All right, we got a lot more straight ahead. It is Nashville's Morning News on WTN.
Good morning. It is 6 o'clock, and I'm Jay Harper with your top stories, a weather forecast, a traffic report. They're all coming up. A Murfreesboro woman, she's in big trouble. She's facing serious charges after federal officials say she threatened to kill U.S. Senator Marsha Blackburn. Penelope R. Convertino, who is 22 years of age, is charged with making a threat to murder a federal official. That's according to acting U.S. Attorney Robert McClure for the Middle District of Tennessee. Court documents reveal that back on May 30th, a threatening voicemail that included some really bad words was left to Blackburn's Nashville office. The caller made violent threats against Blackburn, including plans to harm her on national television. Convertino, she was arrested by FBI agents yesterday. If convicted, she could face up to 10 years in prison and a $250,000 fine. The FBI and the Nashville field office are investigating, and McGuire, he is prosecuting that case. Today marks the 20-year anniversary since Hurricane Katrina made landfall on the Gulf Coast, devastating the New Orleans area. ABC's Robin Roberts, who grew up on the Mississippi Gulf Coast, remembers reporting on that challenging time and what it revealed about class structure in the region, according to her. You can tune in to an ABC special, Hurricane Katrina, 20 years after the storm. That's airing tonight.
It did shine a light on the disparities and what we saw in the aftermath, because a lot of the structures that were destroyed, homes that had been in families for generations, was their inheritance, so to speak. Now people were coming in and building condos, building not affordable housing for these people who are being displaced.
Now let's get to the market numbers report. It's brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. They can be found online at beaconcm.com. With this morning's news, here's Dave Packer.
Investors hoping the rally continues today. This after stocks closed Thursday in record territory and the S&P 500 reaching 6,500 for the first time. Wall Street reacting to better than expected economic news. The Commerce Department reporting the nation's output of goods and services expanded at a 3.3% annual pace from April through June after shrinking 0.5% in the first 3 months of the year. Brace for higher prices. Big consumer names like J.M. Smucker and Hormel Foods warning this week that pressure from tariffs and higher beef costs will force them to raise prices. Ace Hardware also warning that it's going to have to jack up prices. Target, Walmart, and Best Buy saying they've already been passing those higher costs along. Nike plans another round of layoffs in September, making for 3 consecutive years of layoffs as Nike restructures. The company says that less than 1% of corporate employees will be affected in the United States and Canada.
Let's take a look now at the stock futures before the opening bell. The Dow is down 147, the S&P down 21 3/4, and the NASDAQ, it's down 128. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News. We do have a crash now, Briley Parkway northbound, just before Centennial Boulevard at exit 26, that in the Bordeaux area. Now getting out to Hermitage, Old Hickory Boulevard, just north of I-40 East, a crash there. And we're seeing a bit of the normal slowdowns on 24 westbound in the Laverne area and coming down from the north at the 2465 merge there near Trinity Lane. The backup's there, but that's kind of that way every morning. We've got your traffic every morning, every 10 minutes on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
6:07 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Appreciate you being here. And man, there is lots going on. Happy Friday to you. By the way, I've got some great audio that I do want to play here with J.D. Vance. You folks know that I'm a big J.D. Vance fan. And he gave a speech. And he got a standing ovation. And I'm just going to play you some audio. I want to react to the audio as it goes. By the way, watch us anywhere very quickly. Watch us anywhere. Facebook, Rumble, Twitch, X, 997WTN.com. And, of course, our favorite, which is YouTube, where you can chat with us live and answer the Daily Dan poll as well. Today's poll, very quickly, is, do you believe that weed is behind school shootings? And real quick, Sam, so far the poll, it's pretty one-sided. Most people are saying, because there's a topic out there today, Alex Berenson, he is a reporter, but he is saying on Laura Ingram's show that, oh yeah, weed could be responsible for all of these school shootings. Most people, not only on the super text line, but also on the Daily Dan poll are saying, no, it's not. That's not why there are so many school shootings.
Yeah, we're up to 80% no at this point and 20% yes.
All right, so go on. And by the way, did you know we had so many potheads that are listening to this radio show?
What?
I mean, like I am being inundated with people saying, I smoke every day. I smoke every day. I wonder if I sound better when people have been smoking. Like, do I sound better if you've been smoking pot? Probably.
So your Danurisms are certainly more laughable.
Oh, sure. Absolutely. All right, let's play some J.D. Vance audio real quick.
This is about more than politics. This is about more than policy disagreements. This is about if you get a phone call at 3 a.m. and there's a national security emergency, does the person who's answering the phone have the mental ability to do the job? And if the answer is no, then all of us, Democrat, Republican, and Independent, have been defrauded. And I think the Biden presidency is a big, fat example of the American media defrauding the American people.
He's right. He's right. Standing ovation, too. And here's the thing about, and people are saying this speech that J.D. Vance gave yesterday, and we're having some problems with the video, so we're working on it. But the thing is about that speech that J.D. Vance gave is there are some people that are out there that are saying that this really is, even before the midterm elections, that J.D. Vance is on some sort of a charm tour across America. And you know what? He does sound like he is ready to run. And I like everything that he is saying. You know that I am a big fan of J.D. Vance. And the more that I think America hears of J.D. Vance, and the more they compare and contrast him to Gavin Newsom, I want you to think about this. Think about the behavior of Gavin Newsom and how much of an AWS he has been over the past several weeks. Acting like Donald Trump, mimicking Donald Trump. And everybody knows that it is inauthentic. Although I will say this, I believe that Gavin Newsom is an AWS. I really do. I think that he is really showing off his true persona when he is out there talking about Donald Trump, talking about J.D. Vance, talking like Donald Trump, tweeting like Donald Trump. And again, I'll say it for the 1,000th time, is that Donald Trump is authentic in how he acts and behaves, love it or hate it. That's how Donald Trump is. When you have Gavin Newsom, the California governor, who is clearly running for president, he's going to be running against J.D. Vance. I think that J.D. Vance is clearly likable. I think J.D. Vance is one of the more likable politicians that is out there today. Would you agree with that, folks?
I would.
You would?
Yeah. He's from a poor family in rural Ohio, raised by his grandmother, joined the Marines, went to Yale Law. I mean, he is the American dream.
Personified.
Exactly.
Absolutely personified. You're right. And I've said it before, and I'll say it again. I think Marco Rubio is going to be the more qualified, but J.D. Vance is more electable.
And why should Americans trust you to lead the country?
Well, I've gotten a lot of good on-the-job training over the last 200 days, but also say that the president is in incredibly good health. He's got incredible energy. And while most of the people who work around the president of the United States are younger than he is, I think that we find that he actually is the last person who goes to sleep. He's the last person making phone calls at night, and he's the first person who wakes up and the first person making phone calls in the morning. So yes, things can always happen. Yes, terrible tragedies happen, but I feel very confident the President of the United States is in good shape, is going to serve out the remainder of his term and do great things for the American people. And if, God forbid, there's a terrible tragedy, I can't think of better on-the-job training than what I've gotten over the last 200 days.
Yeah, that is J.D. Vance. He's talking about on-the-job training, and I think that President Trump is intentionally doing everything he can to give J.D. Vance not only that on-the-job training, but also he is giving him an opportunity to be in the media. And I think that that's great, because what's happening is the American people are getting used to seeing J.D. Vance. And that's a good thing, because, again, it does give him the opportunity to show off, number one, how smart he is. It also gives him the opportunity to talk about how smart and prove how smart he is and how likable he is. And clearly, J.D. Vance is likable. And by the way, one of the things that they asked him about, J.D. Vance, one of the things that they asked him about Gavin Newsom pretending to be like Donald Trump. And this is what he had to say. Listen close, J.D. Vance.
Instead of just attacking the United States for all of its problems.
You bring up humor. Gavin Newsom sure thinks he's a comedian these days on social media, and so does much of the left. His polling numbers have gone way up since he started mimicking President Trump on social media.
Yeah.
What do you make of Governor Newsom?
I make of Governor Newsom that you said he's mimicking Donald Trump, and I think that's exactly right. The lesson of Donald Trump, the lesson of President Trump in American politics is you've got to be authentic to yourself. And when I see Gavin Newsom trying to act like Donald Trump, that's the opposite of authenticity. He's not trying to be Gavin Newsom, whoever that is. He's trying to be a fake carbon copy of Donald Trump, and it just doesn't work. You can't mimic the king. You can't mimic the master. You ought to just go and be yourself, and I think that the American people would like that a lot more than a cheap imitation of the President of the United States.
All right, lastly, on a line.
5900 says, and this is a great comment on the super text line, 615-737-9986. 5900 says, we have seen more of J.D. Vance in the last 200 days than we did of Mike Pence in the first Trump administration.
I think that that's a credit to Donald Trump realizing who he has as his vice president and promoting him opportunities to go out and address the public.
Well, and here's one. I mean, I will say this, is that, number one, I think J.D. Vance is more likable than Mike Pence. Number two, I think that Mike Pence was something that Donald Trump, he settled for. The Republican Party, I think they wanted somebody like a Mike Pence to be the running mate to get all the Republicans on. I don't think Donald Trump was ever really, never really bought into Mike Pence. I don't think that Mike Pence was really Donald Trump's choice. He needed to try to get along with the Republican Party. And I've said this many times. For this second term of Donald Trump, this is the team that he has always wanted. And I think that we are now, of course, seeing the results. And so I think that for J.D. Vance, and also it's important to note, if you're screaming at the radio, it is also important to note that Donald Trump knows that he's not going to be running again. So part of what he is trying to do is, with J.D. Vance, is continue his legacy after his second term. And what better way to do that than a J.D. Vance presidency, and also continuing the Trump, MAGA and MAGA wave, and also maybe, I don't know, I almost feel like Marco Rubio should stay in the Secretary of State spot, because I think that putting him in the VP office would be a waste of time.
He's so effective at what he's doing right now.
He is. I think Marco Rubio, I mean, with all due respect to Marco Rubio, he would be a terrible vice president, because I think that he would be wasted unless they really ratcheted up what he did as a vice president. So anyway, it is 6:16, time to check the roads on WTN. As far as your weather for today, it looks like it's going to be mostly sunny, warming back up with a high of 89 degrees. It's going to feel like 93. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News. By the way, as far as your weekend goes, weather's going to be pretty consistent weekend, all weekend long. Rain expected for Monday, Labor Day, where the temperature comes down from 89 to 82. So rain and cooler on Monday. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. We're having some fun playing some audio from J.D. Vance. I believe, and I think most people believe, that J.D. will be the nominee for the Republicans heading into the 2028 presidential election. And one of the things that I like what he is saying, and he's basically talking about the state of the Democrat Party. He was on, by the way, with Will Cain yesterday. And they start talking about none other than Zoran Mamdani, the guy who the Democrats, I don't know why they've done this, but they have embraced this guy who wants to be the mayor of New York. And is it just me, or do the Democrats, I've actually noticed this week, where the Democrats, they can't help but step on their own tail. You know what I'm saying?
It's like if they admit anything the right does has any success or you know, correctness to it, it's all, oh, you're going against your own party, man.
Well, and here's the other problem that they have is that, number one, I do believe, even though Donald Trump himself steps in it sometimes with the whole 600,000 Chinese students, right? That was a cluster. But here's the thing. Look at what the Democrats as a party are embracing. For example, again, Zoran Mamdani, who is clearly a communist. You want to call him a socialist, whatever you want to call him, that's fine, all well and good. But this is something that the entire party simply cannot agree on, whether or not he should effectively be the leader of the party. Now, for the Republicans, they will absolutely make Mamdani the leader of the party. I for one, yeah, you know what? Bring him in, New York. You go ahead and you vote in a communist. Have fun with that. Good luck with that, because you know what? Whether it is the Democrats can't figure out if they're on the side of Hamas or Israel. We talked about that yesterday, where they came away from their meetings and they're like, we don't know if we support Hamas. You know, maybe we should. They couldn't come to an understanding. They parked the entire conversation. To now, how do we deal with Donald Trump, where we have Washington, D.C. now essentially crime-free because of what Donald Trump did, so that now even the mayor of Washington, D.C. has no choice but to admit that the president was right. Meantime, their choice for mayor of New York, it seems, we'll have to see what happens, is a guy who wants to defund the police. I don't know if I've ever seen such a divide, such a difference between the Republican Party and the Democrat Party. And that's why I like J.D. Vance so much, is because the man he sounds sane. And so does Donald Trump. But, you know, the average American, you know, if you're on the Republican side, what politician would you like to hang out with? Donald Trump would be number one, but I guarantee you J.D. Vance is going to be number two. J.D. Vance is going to be number two. And when Donald Trump decides, or when obviously he's at the end of his second term, when Donald Trump is at the end of his second term, J.D. Vance will be number one. This is what J.D. Vance had to say about Zoran Mamdani.
Does Mamdani, when you hear him speak, is this a man who feels gratitude for the United States of America? Is this a man who feels grateful for all of the opportunities, the incredible bounty of this country? I don't know the guy, but my sense is he's had a very good life in this country. It would be nice for him to occasionally show a sense of gratitude instead of just attacking the United States for all of its problems.
I love that. And that is what I would say. That is most certainly a scathing attack. I love what 8602 has to say. And he's got a great point, which is if something is right, it should be right, no matter what party they are in. The Democrats have simply not figured that out, and that is most certainly true. Super Text line is open. I'm actually watching it now. I did bring in, I mentioned this in the 5 o'clock hour, but one of the things that I've learned over time on this show is that I really love the Super Text line, because I think that you guys, and that's a perfect example. you guys have great points to make, and I wanted to make it easier for me to watch the Super Text line. So now I've actually brought in my laptop so that I actually have a device dedicated to the Super Text line. That is how much I value your input, and I'm watching all your texts come in right now. 615-737-9986. It is 6:22, and Jay Harper's in for Joan Jones. And Jay, what's coming up at 6:30?
Yes, Dan, more on the Minneapolis church shooting. We'll have the latest. And there is some outrage over the arrests of some Washington State firefighters, and we'll tell you why. We'll have those stories and more coming up at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
623, Dan Mandis here for my friends at Zentex. You know, your bathroom is one of the biggest selling points when it comes to getting your home sold. And Zentex, they can help you with a huge upgrade and a special price and offer for my listeners. Now, you can upgrade your bathtub into a walk-in shower with grab bars and a bench seat from Zentex. This is a huge upgrade, and it can also help the older folks in your life. And again, a bathtub redesign can make your bathroom look spectacular. Now, a little bit about Zentex, impressive company, family-owned and operated for 25 years. They were the 2022 winner of the Better Business Award Torch Award for Ethics, the BBB Torch Award for Ethics. And last year, they were voted one of the best places to work in the construction industry. And if a company has happy employees, you know the customer service is going to be outstanding. And this is why I put my trust behind Zentex. Now, their work is going to be done in a day or less. And right now, here is that great offer for my listeners. You mentioned WTN. You get a free Kohler toilet. That's right. And get $999 off your bathroom project, or enjoy no interest for 2 years, whatever works best for you. Find them online. See great examples of their work at Zentex. Zintex, Zentex.com. 6:29, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I'd made the statement, you know, what politician or what have you would you like to hang out with? I talked about J.D. Vance. And 5811 says this: I'd like to hang out with Dan Mandis. I'm ready for another evening with Super Talk 99.7. Boy, you know what? Thank you, 5811. Yesterday at the barbecue place, Jay, I don't know if you heard, it was the highlight of my 40-year so far broadcast career. There is literally no one in my broadcast area there in the patio, not even employees. Mason and the engineer had both also left. So I'm in the middle of this, epic monologue, and I look up, and there's nobody in the room except for the sleeping homeless guy to my right, about 10 feet away.
Yes, I heard you mentioning that.
Oh, my goodness
fella.
gracious. And I'm thinking, I don't know if this is really funny or really sad. And I started chuckling to myself. As I'm doing this monologue, I'm actually thinking about that in my head. And I'm thinking, I want to take a picture of this. But then I didn't want people to think that I was making fun of the homeless guy. So, of course, I'm doing it on the radio. But you know what I mean? They finally made him leave, by the way. He was kind of stinking up the place. I mean, it was so bad.
Yeah.
It was so bad that it was like taking over the barbecue smell. Oof. And they finally said, dude, you can't sleep in here. So anyway, it's 6:30 on WTN.
Good morning. It is 6:30. I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. I'll have traffic and weather for you as well, so stand by. In that Catholic school church shooting in Minnesota, the two victims, they've been identified now as more parents as well as politicians push to better fortify schools all over the country. Here's ABC's Rhiannon Ally.
We are now hearing from the families of the two young students murdered in cold blood at Annunciation Catholic School.
We love you, Fletcher. You'll always be with us.
Grieving father Jesse Merkel, remembering his 8-year-old son Fletcher.
We will never be allowed to hold him, talk to him, play with him, and watch him grow into the wonderful young man he was on the path to becoming.
In Washington state, Border Patrol agents arrested two firefighters while they were fighting a fire. There's been strong reaction from some locals. Here's ABC's Andrea Fujii.
Critics voicing outrage after Border Patrol agents detained two firefighters battling a wildfire in Washington state. Agents lining up the 44-person firefighter crew before taking two into custody. Border Patrol says other agencies had requested their help to terminate the contracts of the firms hired to help fight the fire. As federal agents verified the identities of the crew, they say they learned two members were in the country illegally.
Back here in Nashville, authorities have recovered a body from the Cumberland River after responding to a drowning call yesterday afternoon. Metro Dispatch confirmed that authorities responded to a reported drowning at around 5 o'clock yesterday. A spokesperson for Metro Police told News 2 that a body was found floating in the Cumberland by a citizen as they were entering an inlet in the 1500 block of Lock Road. Police later said an initial exam was able to identify the body as male, and the body showed no obvious signs of trauma. Police said the body did have an ID on it of a 60-year-old Nashville man. The Davidson County Medical Examiner's Office, they will confirm the man's identity and then determine the cause of death. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News.
Thank you, Jay. Dan Mandis here, 6:33, Nashville's Morning News. Mark Spain Real Estate. Avoid the stress of listing your home on the market and sell your home fast for all cash. With the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate, I always recommend Mark Spain to my friends and family in Nashville because I trust that they are going to sell their homes hassle-free with that strong all-cash offer. As a matter of fact, Mark Spain Real Estate, they sell more than 38 homes every single day, making them the most experienced real estate team in America. So you can indeed trust them to sell your home hassle-free with the strongest cash offer in the industry. They're the #1 most reviewed real estate company in America. They've got over 13,000 five-star reviews. You can trust my friends to sell your home fast and, yes, for maximum profit. So, For example, if you have found your dream home, but you've got to get out of your current home, Mark Spain Real Estate, they can get you out of that house fast. Find out what your guaranteed all-cash offer would be. There's no obligation. Call them at 855-299-SOLD. 855-299-SOLD. You can always find them online anytime. MarkSpain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's MarkSpain.com and start packing.
We have a stalled vehicle. It's blocking the left lane of I-40 eastbound near the Broadway exit, so be aware of that. Also a crash blocking the left lane of 40 eastbound, pretty much in that same area there near the Church Street exit. Also a crash Charlotte Pike at Old Hickory Boulevard West, and also with it being the Labor Day holiday, you'll be happy to know that they will not be closing any lanes for construction through the weekend unless it is an absolute emergency. We'll have your traffic every 10 minutes every morning here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.638 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Listen to us and watch us anywhere. We are live every weekday on Facebook, Rumble, Twitch, X, 997WTN.com, our favorite YouTube. Head on over there, take the Daily Dan poll. They got a great chat going on over there as well. You can listen to us, again, anywhere you want to go, 99.7, of course, on your FM dial, the WTN app, and as always, on iHeartRadio as well. And there's a lot going on. And by the way, if you watch us on any of those various platforms, most of the time we have, unless your humble host is having a aneurysm and I can't figure out the equipment, most of the time we have video along with the audio if you want to watch. And including, we have RFK And he is now ordering a full investigation into the meds that the guy was taking who killed those 2 students in Minneapolis, Minnesota. This is RFK Jr. yesterday.
I certainly consider mass shootings a health crisis, and we are doing for the first time real studies to find out what the etiology of that is. And we're looking for the first time at psychiatric drugs.
Yeah, he's looking for the first time to psychiatric drugs. And this is great, obviously, because here's the thing. RFK is going to look at the psychiatric drugs that this guy may have been on. And obviously, if you've heard any of my monologues over the last couple of days, you know that that's where I believe that the answers may lie. And so that's what does need to happen. I want you to think about all the different mass shooters that have been out there over time. And they all have different variables. Seriously, think about this. Broken families, intact families, hated their parents, loved their parents, educated, not educated, bullied, not bullied. So oftentimes the questions are, what medications were they on? That's always the first thing that I think about. What medications were they on? And of course, when you have somebody who is trans, well, then you know that they are sometimes on medications. I don't know, Jay or Sam, do we know? We don't know exactly how far this guy had gone as far as his transition goes. I mean,
yeah, I've not seen any reports as to whether he was taking hormones or any of that stuff.
I haven't seen any either. If you folks know on the super text line 615-737-9986, or if you know on the YouTube chat, let us know there as well. But I don't know if he was on any hormones. The only pictures that I've seen of this guy is with the long hair and facial hair. He's got, some patchy facial hair as well. I don't know if I've ever actually seen him. Have you seen any pictures of this guy in a dress and all that stuff? Like as
not a dress, but there was a picture of him in some kind of dog collar.
Dog collar?
Yeah, it's not like the kind that's in the really weird pup play category of weird fetishes, but just girls wear them to look cute. Like it's a girly piece of. It was pink, had a heart in it, and everything.
Okay.
Yeah, I've seen some with him with earrings and
hair and ponies.
I didn't realize girls were wearing dog collars now to look cute. I must have missed that trend. Anyway, so we don't know what this guy had done. I just sounded like an old man there. I do realize it. I apologize. So we don't know what this dude was on or what medications. We don't know where he was. But here's what we do know is that he did consider himself trans. Chris and I spoke about this yesterday, not only during the podcast. I think this news had broken after I'd gotten off the air, but there is part of his manifesto where he actually talks about how he was tired of the whole trans thing. And he had said, basically, the day that he does this horrible thing to these kids, he was going to cut his hair. I mean, that's what he said. He was kind of over the whole trans thing. And I think part of what happened is that he decided, you know what? The answer to my problems, I thought it was going to be me being celebrated as trans, when in reality, he needed therapy. He needed help. He needed the intervention of his family and a psychologist. That's what he needed. He didn't get it. And now we have a couple of kids dead and a whole bunch of people hurt.
So in one of the excerpts is I regret being trans. I wish I was a girl. I just know I cannot achieve that body with the technology we have today. I also can't afford that. So the dysphoria is still there, but it's the realization that it's not going to be a complete thing.
And it's not going to solve his problem.
Exactly.
People are yelling at me in this chat, and then it's a poodle collar, Mandis. It's a poodle collar. Girls are wearing poodle collars now? Okay.
I don't know. I married an old school lady.
Okay, well, very good. You know what I ought to do? I got an anniversary coming up. My wedding anniversary is coming up in a few months.
I already know what you're...
Should I get Amy a poodle collar?
With the little tag, it says "Return to Dan if found." It's your phone number on the back. Put the super text line on the back of it.
Yeah, just don't microchip her though. Okay.
I was gonna say that's the next step, honey. I got you this great microchip.
Eat this carrot. There's nothing in it.
Oh my goodness gracious. Anyway, back to RFK. Nope. What in the world? Did I do that? My bad. Back to RFK. He's over here. See what's happened? I've gotten off track now. RFK. You know what? Let me do real quick. Let's check the traffic, and then we're going to get back to RFK, where he's talking about trying to find out from a medication standpoint what is going on with these shooters, these mass shooters. Right now, though, time to check the roads on WTN. Mostly sunny today, warming back up with a touch high of 89, feeling like 93 today. This weekend, we're going to have some rain on Monday, it looks like, for your Labor Day. But Saturday and Sunday, pretty good and sunny with highs in the mid-80s. All right, so RFK Jr., he's on the case. He's trying to figure out, from a medication standpoint, what is going on with these mass shooters.
These kind of mass shooting, people have had guns in this country forever. So there's never been a time in America, in the history of humanity, when people walked into a crowd, into a church or a movie theater or a school or a crowd of strangers and just started randomly shooting. It's happening in our country. It's not happening around the world. And there are many other countries that have comparable levels of guns that we have in this country. We had comparable levels in the 40s, 50s, and 60s, and people weren't doing that. Something changed, and it dramatically changed human behavior. And one of the culprits we need to examine is whether the fact that we are the most over-medicated nation in the world, and that a lot of those are psychiatric drugs that have black box warnings on them that warn of suicidal and homicidal ideation. So we are doing those studies right now for the first time, and we will have an answer.
I mean, I love that RFK Jr. is on the case. And it does seem stunning, of course, that we are doing these studies finally. So you'll notice that the left is going to continue to scream about guns, right? That's what the left does. The left is going to do nothing but scream about guns. Meantime, the right, we're trying to find the actual answer to all of these issues that we're dealing with in America today. But, you know, when you think about it, when you think about all of the different aspects of this, I think that blaming an inanimate object is obviously just ridiculous. But the left, ultimately what they want to do is they do want to disarm America. By the way, we've always, and this is part of what RFK pointed out, or RFK Jr. pointed out, we've always had a lot of guns around. But it's only been fairly recently, you know, like what, 99 was Columbine?
Yeah.
So 99 was Columbine, and that was the, you know, the first real major high school shooting. But mass shootings have really been going on since then. And should be noted that we've had a lot more vaccinations, a lot more vaccines that have been going on over the last, 20, 30, 40 years. That's number one. Number two, we do have a lot of medications out there, and we have a lot of these psychiatrists and doctors that will just, they hand out some of these medications like candy. And I think that's part also of what RFK is saying. Now, what about weed? We were talking about this earlier. There is a reporter named Alex Berenson, and there's some on the left who are trying to make a deal out of the fact that the shooter used to work at a dispensary, where they sell marijuana. And so he was on with Laura Ingraham last night, and she seemed to buy into this whole thing. Personally, I think this is silly, but whatever, this is what he had to say.
I can tell you, again, having looked at these autopsy reports, you see cannabis use. You rarely see alcohol. Sometimes you see anti-anxiety drugs, prescription drugs like they're called benzodiazepines like Valium, but you over and over see cannabis. And there's a specific kind of crime that's committed here. It's not, listen, alcohol can certainly cause violence, but what it tends to do is escalate violence. So a bar fight gets more violent. This is a crime that is often committed against innocent people. And so, by the way, right now, the president of the United States, who obviously, very smart, very committed to public safety, is thinking about whether or not to what's called reschedule cannabis to a Schedule III drug, which would make it more easy for the industry to make a lot of money to keep pushing this drug on people. And I hope that he understands that we are likely to see more crime like this if there's more cannabis use. And I know public safety is important to him.
I don't know if I buy that. I mean, look, if they want to check it out, that's fine. As long as we're checking out, the drugs, the medications, the psychotropic drugs and all of that. If they want to throw in cannabis, but people smoke cannabis, marijuana a lot.
But Snoop Dogg's never gone on a mass shooting rampage.
Well, that's the thing.
He shot himself in the foot immediately when he said antidepressants, because the one thing even in the medical community with cannabis, doctors will always try to make sure is what is going to be the reactivity with other drugs that are in your system with this cannabis.
Part of what I said yesterday is let's talk about the blending of hormonal drugs for the transition and some antidepressants that they may be on. I mean, you got some people that have just a lot going on in their bodies with all of the different drugs that they take, and we just don't know.
It's called the adverse reaction when it's that's the technical term for side effects, but especially when you are mixing different compounds inside of yourself. It's not safe you shouldn't smoke marijuana and drink alcohol because it'll double the ABV percentage in your bloodstream.
ABV?
Alcohol by volume.
Okay, very good. See, that's a college education that you've got going on right there. You like that? You like that, Jay?
Austin P education there.
That's exactly what it is.
Go Governors.
All right, moving right along. 6:51, Nashville's Morning News. By the way, coming up, Scott Jennings to the rescue on CNN. We've got that story for you and a whole lot more straight ahead. By the way, real quick, our YouTube poll. Do you believe weed is responsible for the shootings? And what do people say?
We're up to 84% no.
84% are saying no. Jay Harper's in the WTN newsroom with the latest coming up at 7.
Yes, Dan, a Middle Tennessee woman, she's in trouble. She's been threatening one of our senators. And also New Orleans marking the anniversary of an event that forever changed that city. That's all coming up at 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, it's Dan Mandis, 6:52 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 Contours. Now, listen, I do believe in contours. A lot of other people do as well. And trust me, folks, it's going to be 93 over the weekend. So you'd call that, going swimming kind of weather. If you're not comfortable in your bathing suit, my friends at Contours, they can help you like they've helped so many other people across Middle Tennessee, these belly buster specials. It is all part of Contours red light technology. It is cutting edge. It is unique. It is effective as well. Most folks are going to lose a couple of inches across the middle with this red light technology. The belly buster special from Contours is available to you right now. The first 10 callers get it for $99. That's right, $99. First 10 callers when you call this number. Tell them Dan told you to reach out. 615-236-9960. 615-236-9960. First 10 callers right now. You get that belly buster special from Contours. If you don't exactly know how it works, check out Contours online. It is contoursllc.com. People have been coming from all across Middle Tennessee to check out Contours. Go to their website again and see how their belly buster therapy featuring red light technology actually works, and gift yourself a belly buster special for just $99 when you're one of the first 10 callers at 615-236-9960, 615-236-9960. The website, contoursllc.com. 6:57, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Hey, Jay, we got to mark the calendar and flag the tape because Sam is being fact-checked. You know what we got to do? Well, Sam.
Let me fact-check the fact-checker here. I said mass shooting.
We got to set it up. So Sam said Snoop Dogg, who of course smokes a lot of weed, had never been run off and gone off into a mass shooting or whatever it was. And people on the super text line are like, did you forget that Snoop Dogg was up for murder? Right? So people are trying to fact check you. And I don't know because I don't pay attention to Snoop Dogg's rap sheet. So apparently he was up for murder, but you had actually, I think what you said was he had never gone off on a mass shooting as opposed to just, I guess he killed somebody, Snoop Dogg did?
His bodyguard.
Snoop Dogg killed his bodyguard.
No, his bodyguard shot and killed somebody.
Oh, God.
And it's when that happens when you're part of an organization or something like that, or allegedly a gang in this case, you're going to get charged too. So, again, mass shooting being the key phrase there. But he was not directly at fault for what happened. But if
his bodyguard was.
Yeah, if you say, oh, that guy's trying to get me, get him, in a murder case, they can charge you too.
Now, Cheech and Chong, people, you can fact check me on this. Cheech and Chong, they never killed anybody.
No, man.
Did you ever watch Jay, Cheech and Chong? I remember as a kid. What year did the Cheech and Chong movies come out?
Like 78.
Was it 70? I remember watching those.
Up in Smoke came out in 1978.
So I'm 11 years. Do you know that when I was 11 years old, 1978, I remember going to the movies apparently and watching those. I don't know how I ended up in the movie theater watching those, but my brother was kind of a pothead.
The ticket guy was probably like, "Yeah, man.
Yeah. Go on in, man. Just don't smoke in the movie theater."
Well, I remember they had these, they had records, that got played on the radio. I remember one about Sister Mary Elephant and some.
Cheech and Chong had songs?
Well, not songs
comedy
necessarily,
records.
but comedy records.
Comedy records. Yeah. I do remember that. But I remember Cheech and Chong were very funny. And here's the thing. At the age of 11, I didn't really know much about what was going on because I wasn't a pot smoker at 11. And I'm not a pot smoker now, but I'm just saying that I didn't understand the humor. I just found it incredibly funny. Now, I don't know how those movies have aged, if they are still funny today.
They're
if I
still
watch
great.
them, are they still funny?
Yes.
Even if you're not stoned?
It's less funny.
Okay. It is 7.
But I don't know how I'd know that.
Exactly. It is coming up on 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7. All right, coming up next, we do have Scott Jennings to the rescue talking about the Minnesota shooting because he's got a lot of great things to say about that. And we talk about the National Guard and them coming into the state of Tennessee and saving Memphis. That and a whole lot more straight ahead on WTN.
Good morning. It is 7 a.m. I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. Weather forecast, a traffic report are coming up. Well, a Murfreesboro woman, she's in some serious trouble. She's facing charges after federal officials say she threatened to kill U.S. Senator Marsha Blackburn. Penelope R. Convertino, she's 22 years of age, and she's charged with making a threat to murder a federal official. That's according to acting U.S. Attorney Robert E. McGuire for the Middle District of Tennessee. Court documents reveal that back on May 30th, a threatening voicemail was left to Blackburn's Nashville office. The caller made violent and some pretty vulgar threats against Blackburn, including plans to harm her on national television. Convertino, she was arrested by FBI agents yesterday, and if convicted, she could face up to 10 years in federal prison and a $250,000 fine. The FBI and the Nashville field office, they're still investigating, with McGuire prosecuting the case. Today marks the 20-year anniversary since Hurricane Katrina made landfall on the Gulf Coast, devastating many parts of that area. ABC's Robin Roberts, she grew up on the coast and remembers reporting on that challenging time and what it revealed about some class structure in the region. There is an ABC special called Hurricane Katrina, 20 years after the storm, that's airing this evening.
It did shine a light on the disparities and what we saw in the aftermath, because a lot of the structures that were destroyed, homes that have been in families for generations, was their inheritance, so to speak. Now people were coming in and building condos, building not affordable housing for these people who are being displaced.
Let's turn now to the market numbers report. It's brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. They're online at beaconcm.com. With this morning's report, here's Dave Packer.
Investors hoping the rally continues today. This after stocks closed Thursday in record territory and the S&P 500 reaching 6,500 for the first time. Wall Street reacting to better than expected economic news. The Commerce Department reporting the nation's output of goods and services expanded at a 3.3% annual pace from April through June after shrinking 0.5% in the first 3 months of the year. Brace for higher prices. Big consumer names like J.M. Smucker and Hormel Foods warning this week that pressure from tariffs and higher beef costs will force them to raise prices. Ace Hardware also warning that it's going to have to jack up prices. Target, Walmart, and Best Buy saying they've already been passing those higher costs along. Nike plans another round of layoffs in September, making for 3 consecutive years of layoffs as Nike restructures. The company says that less than 1% of corporate employees will be affected in the United States and Canada.
Looking at the stock futures before the opening bell, the Dow down 151, the S&P down 23.5, and the NASDAQ, it's down 137 3/4. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News. Here at 5 minutes past 7 o'clock, traffic is moving pretty darn well. We have a little congestion on this holiday weekend, but not much is really affecting traffic all that much in terms of accidents or breakdowns. We had some, but they just disappeared from my screen. So we are saying that everything's looking pretty good. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
7:07 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. The Super Text line is open at 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. Of course, big topic of conversation today, yesterday, this weekend is the Minnesota shooting. And that is where we start the program today, or this hour today, right now. I am so ready for the 3-day weekend. So Scott Jennings was on a big panel with some other folks over there on CNN. And, of course, it's the usual conversation about the gun grab. And I don't know if there's ever going to be a time when the Democrats don't try to grab the guns and blame the guns. And so Scott Jennings, this discussion, they're talking about what happened. And you've got Scott Jennings, you've got Bakari Sellers. Now, Bakari Sellers, if you don't know who he is basically a leftist mouthpiece. And there's also a psychologist on the panel. And I'm going to comment as we go along, as I do. But the psychologist asked a question about how do we get over our partisan bickering and stop the violence. Listen close.
How are we going to come together as a society, as politicians, bipartisan action to be able to protect children? How long will we allow them to be collateral damage due to our ideological difference?
Yeah, that's a good question, Scott. What happens after? I mean, what should happen now to stop this from your perspective as a Republican?
Sure. Well, I think the first question you have to ask is, why did it happen? I don't think it happened because of guns. I think it happened because somebody who was clearly suffering from severe mental illness
had access to weapons that would allow them to carry out a terrible shooting.
And the mental illness was encouraged.
Yes, it was. The mental illness was encouraged, and I'm glad that he said it on a national level, because he's absolutely right. What did I scream about yesterday? And I apologize, I'm screaming today too. But this whole thing about putting trans people on a pedestal and turning them into heroes and encouraging the insanity. Scott Jennings is absolutely right.
But Scott, what about people who don't have mental illness?
I don't think we can tiptoe around this issue. And when you look at the messages that were written in some of the materials and on the weapons that we've seen, I mean, this person obviously was in a dark place.
And Jennings is right. I mean, have you seen what this person, clearly anti-Semitic, wanted to kill Donald Trump? He had one that said, this one's for the kids or for the children or something. Anti-Semitism. A lot of racial things that he said. This was a truly deranged person. And again, when Jennings talked about how his mental illness was encouraged, you know exactly what I mean by that. By the media, by the Democrats. Of course, he goes to his parents at the age of 17, changes his identity, the whole thing. And the parents and the media and the world just leans into it. And that's what Scott Jennings means. And he is so right. You know, we spoke yesterday about how, as he wrote in his manifesto, that he was, and we talked about this earlier, he was tired of being trans and was actually going to cut off his hair, but the novelty had worn off. In other words, he was going through either some sort of a stage or he thought that being trans would solve his problems. Remember what I reported to you yesterday from the Daily Mail, and they were talking about his manifesto, where he said that he was afraid, and this is why I'm not saying dude's name, but he was afraid that his name would really mean nothing. And so what he decided to do was go out and be a school shooter because he idolized all of those school shooters. So his problem wasn't that he was born a boy and he wanted to be a girl. His problem was that he was mentally deranged. And we've been talking, throughout this morning and in previous segments as well, and yesterday and so forth, about all of the different factors that could go into someone being that mentally deranged that they think that it would be a good idea to shoot up a school and kill a bunch of kids. You can talk about the drugs, you can talk about the psychotropic drugs, you can talk about whatever, the parents divorced, whatever. But as I start this tape again, I want you to listen to how they try to just skirt around this particular issue of this particular person and how he was clearly psychotic. Clearly, he had a lot of issues. And they want to broaden the conversation out to guns in general, which is exactly what we tell you that they want to do. The left wants to use this and other mass killings, obviously, mass shootings, as a way to disarm America. And Bakari Sellers, of course, as I mentioned, is a Democrat. The guy who starts talking about how he and Nikki Haley went shooting in South Carolina. Yes, listen to Bakari Sellers and what he has to say about wanting to disarm America.
Obviously. He needs the talking points before he leaves.
Doggone it. Stand by.
Obviously. I'm not sure the government is in that person's life enough to know, but his parents are.
But what
his
about,
family is.
Scott, what about people who don't have mental illness? We have a huge gun violence issue here in the United States. We lead in gun violence.
But the issue today is quite obviously mental illness. And
did you hear it? Did you hear what he said? The psychologist said, well, what about all the people that don't have mental illness? We have a huge problem with gun violence today.
Where is that gun violence happening?
Chicago, Memphis, Nashville,
L.A.,
San
Francisco.
Democrat-run cities.
Exactly.
So they're trying to, as I said, they're trying to broaden out the conversation because that is what they want to do. We got more on this. 7:15. Time to check the roads on WTN. Thank you very much. 7:15, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Today, mostly sunny. Going to be a little hotter today, a high of 89, feeling like 93. Over the weekend, Saturday and Sunday, it's going to be sunny, highs in the 80s. And on Monday, it's going to be cooler with some rain. So it's interesting because you have the psychologist and Scott Jennings and all these folks on CNN, on Abby Phillips' show. And they're saying, what about all the gun violence of people that don't have mental illness? They're called criminals. And do you know how you deal with criminals? You put them in jail. That's how you deal with criminals. Scott Jennings says it here. But he's trying to keep the focus on the mental illness. The Democrats, again, showing their true colors, are trying to go after the guns.
If you take away the mental illness, it still leaves the guns.
The problem is that this issue can't be isolated in a vacuum of today. And I think, to your point, I agree. Mental illness is a cop-out for today, which is also why I believe that, I love how the GOP believes that that's God's only party, right?
Who the hell did this guy think he is?
It's a cop-out?
Bakari Sellers. Well, one of the things that he just said is the GOP thinks that he said God's only party. Like Bakari Sellers believes, based on what he just said, that Republicans believe that only Republicans believe in God, or God only believes in Republicans, or whatever it is. And I love that Scott Jennings calls him out and says that's absolutely not true. We know that Democrats can also believe in God and whatever, but I mean, it's just like, it's so frustrating, the arrogance of this guy, Bakari Sellers, where he's got such a low opinion of Republicans that he believes that Republicans believe that we're not all God's children.
We believe that you shouldn't mutilate and hormonally change God's creations.
That's exactly right.
But you have people of faith on both sides.
I don't believe that. We're all God's children, Bakari.
There are people of faith on both sides who are giving their prayers, but who also believe that action is required, because you asked the question. What happens after the prayers? Well, in this country, what happens after the prayers is that there's another shooting. And the problem is, it's the damn guns. Like there is a mental health problem in this country. I have a CWP. In fact, I took my CWP class with Governor Nikki Haley.
This is how Bakari Sellers tries to get some, gun street cred, talking about how he's got his license and he went hunting with Nikki Haley. But if I'm Scott Jennings, and he always does such a great job at disarming these Democrats from an argument standpoint. But, okay, so then let's talk about wanting to incarcerate the people that are using guns irresponsibly, and they're using guns for crime. I mean, that's obviously where the conversation then needs to go. And I hate to break it to you, and this is really sad, and nobody wants to hear this, but evil is in this world. Evil is in this world. And so when you have and I'll go ahead and I'll do what the Democrats on this panel wanted to do. We'll put aside what happened in Minnesota. We'll put that aside for a second. Okay, so if you want to talk about the gun violence in the cities, well, guess what? Donald Trump has fixed that problem by having the National Guard into law enforcement, go into the cities, and have a heavy presence. Donald Trump has proven that. So as much as they try to go back to, I'm air quoting, the gun, the reality is that heavy police presence and, wait for it, good guys with guns will keep the bad guys with guns inside.
To your point, when my dad was going to high school out in Hendersonville, back when it was still a rural area, people had their guns and their parents' guns in their trucks, in their cars. And in one instance, there was a threat for a shooting back in the 70s. And people were sitting out back, the students, seniors, with their shotguns, ready to protect the school. Yeah. It has never been a gun problem. And RFK is on the right track in investigating what these medications are doing.
Absolutely. We talked about that earlier. Here's the last part of this audio bite with Scott Jennings and Bakari Sellers.
Sat beside each other. We went shooting together. That is not foreign in South Carolina. I believe in that amendment and that right. However, the accessibility of weapons is something we have to deal with. Mental health resources is something we have to deal with. And the fact that people get killed in churches, whether or not it's June 2015 in Charleston, South Carolina, or whether or not it's kids in Minnesota who get killed as a person of faith, it should shake your faith to the core that people are getting gunned down in churches.
Well, of course. Obviously, but they're not willing to the Democrats are not willing to look at what the problems really are, because they only focus on one thing, the inanimate object. Now, we do have a mental health crisis in America. That's obvious. By the way, if someone in this country, I just got to say this because they're trying to say that there's absolutely no parameters whatsoever and a mentally ill person can buy a gun. Well, as you folks who are gun owners know, that if someone in this country is known to have a verified mental illness problem, if it is documented, then they can't buy a gun. We have a medication and overprescription problem in this country. We also have too many vaccines in this country. We also have too many bad guys, bottom line, who are evil that also, and they don't respect the sanctity of life. When we talk about what is going on in these cities, you have these gangbangers who just literally do not care where their bullets go.
And to your point, in 2023 alone in Memphis, 2,868 guns were reported stolen. 2,100 of those were out of cars alone. So it's not because people are buying them, they're stealing them.
The Democrats, I don't think the Democrats want a solution. I believe the Democrats want this problem, to be perfectly candid, to continue so that they can continue to go after the Republicans and say, oh, the Republicans don't want to find a solution. The Republicans, as I've been saying every time this happens, the Republicans are the ones that have brought more solutions to the table than the Democrats, in the form of, and another one now with RFK looking into all of those medications. So you've got RFK doing that. You've got, of course, fortifying schools, armed security guards. We could also talk about arming teachers. Those are all things that the Republicans have brought to the table. More law enforcement, like we're seeing in Washington, D.C. That is what we should actually do. 7:22, and Jay Harper is in the WTN newsroom. In for Joan. He's got the latest at 7:30.
Yeah, Dan, with this busy Labor Day weekend, if you're flying through Newark's airport, well, pack your patience. We'll tell you why. We'll also have this morning's money news. That's coming up at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Somebody's telling me that I'm full of crap. 7882 on the super text line. By the way, I'm watching it right now. Thank you for all the input today. Even 7882, who says that I am full of crap. You're full of crap, Dan. If guns are so good, why don't we pass them out in the schools so that everyone could enjoy their benefit? Well, I personally would like to see gun education in schools. I mean, wouldn't that make sense? I have no problem with, gun education. Did they ever do that here in Tennessee? Jay or Sam, did they actually have like maybe gun education as like an elective kind of a thing?
Gosh, I
know they used to do like ROTC.
Well, they do rifle club. Like they do things that are like target shooting.
Yeah.
So some schools, you're right, do have that.
Do they still do ROTC in school?
Oh, of course.
Do they? Okay, I don't know. I don't know if they still, because I remember the ROTC they did it in California where I grew up. I wonder if they still do it in California. Do you see if they still do ROTC in California? They're so left-leaning, I have no idea. But anyway, we'll figure that out. But yes, 7882. If you want to say that I'm full of crap, that's fine.
But we also don't pass out power drills to children, too.
No, we don't pass out power drills. Anyway, and by the way, again, I am all for the proper education of our kids in everything, especially ones that have a constitutional amendment tied to it. It is 7:30 on WTN.
Yes, good morning. It is 7:30, and I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. We'll have a traffic report and another weather update coming up. There was a ground stop at New Jersey's Newark Airport yesterday. The issue came as air traffic controllers and pilots entered the busy holiday weekend rush. We hear now from ABC's Morgan Norwood, who is at the Newark Airport.
The FAA working to find out what caused air traffic control radios to fail in America's busiest airspace. The outage triggering a ground stop and a wave of delays at Newark amid the busiest Labor Day travel period in 15 years. On the radios, controllers and pilots struggling to hear each other.
For Delta 1818, is it the COM or the ILS frequencies that are unreliable?
It's our COM. Same old here. Frequencies are no good. There's parts missing. I don't know.
The problem traced to a Philadelphia air traffic center.
And looking at the traffic in and out of the Nashville airport at the moment, things look pretty clear. So hopefully things will run smoothly there today. Let's take a look now at the market numbers report. It's brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. They're online at beaconcm.com. Here's now Dave Packer.
Investors hoping the rally continues today. This after stocks closed Thursday in record territory and the S&P 500 reaching 6,500 for the first time. Wall Street reacting to better than expected economic news. The Commerce Department reporting the nation's output of goods and services expanded at a 3.3% annual pace from April through June after shrinking 0.5% in the first 3 months of the year. Brace for higher prices. Big consumer names like J.M. Smucker and Hormel Foods warning this week that pressure from tariffs and higher beef costs will force them to raise prices. Ace Hardware also warning that it's going to have to jack up prices. Target, Walmart, and Best Buy saying they've already been passing those higher costs along. Nike plans another round of layoffs in September, making for 3 consecutive years of layoffs as Nike restructures. The company says that less than 1% of corporate employees will be affected in the United States and Canada.
Let's look at the stock futures now before the opening bell. The Dow down 142, the S&P down 22 1/4, the Nasdaq it's down 132 3/4. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are on the way. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News.
Think of Jay, 732, Nashville's Morning News on WTN. Dan Mandis here for my friends at DT McCall's. I'm not only an endorser, but I am a longtime customer of DT McCall's. Now, this is a great Tennessee company, and they've been here for their fellow Tennesseans with great prices, selection, and value for over 100 years. And so, listen, if you need it for your house, we're talking about indoor furniture, we're talking about appliances, home office, you've got to go to my friends at DT McCall's. If you've got a room to fill, check them out online and in store. As far as appliances go, listen, friends, if it plugs in, they've got it. And again, as always, they've got great specials going on to save you money every single day online and in store. They've got right there. Go to it right now. dtmccalls.com. They've got specials and great prices on all of the best brands of furniture and appliances. And yes, they have been doing this for 3 generations, over 100 years, with a focus on customer service. And by the way, if you buy it, they are going to deliver it for free and haul away the old stuff. 5 locations all across Middle Tennessee: Carthage, Cookeville, Lebanon, Lafayette, and Franklin. Always online, dtmccalls.com.
Currently, we have no accidents or breakdowns to report, but we do have some congestion in, frankly, the normal locations coming up, down from the north at the 2465 junction there near Trinity Lane. That's kind of log jam. The same 465 southbound up near Goodlettsville and Millersville. And coming in from the Murfreesboro area, some slowdown as usual on 24. But again, no accidents or breakdowns to report. We've got your traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.37, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News. Need some videos. So Tommy Lowe, who is one of the co-founders of Cracker Barrel, Channel 5 reached out to this guy as Cracker Barrel has, been destroying their brand. Now they're starting to make inroads into all of their sins that they have done over the past many months as they've been trying to rebrand. And of course, as you know, Cracker Barrel had a massive, and I mean a massive backlash to a number of things. Number one, obviously trying to change the logo. That's number one. Number two, changing of the food, changing the menu. And number three, as we found out from our friend Robbie Starbuck, where they have been sponsoring all kinds of gay pride stuff. You know what I'm talking about? Making people all upset. So Tommy Lowe, the folks at Channel 5, they presented him with, and you can see this on Super Talk TV, they presented him with the new logo, which is now gone, but they presented him with the logo, and they wanted to know what he thought about the logo. Listen to this.
Now, when you saw this logo rolled out the other day.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah.
That's nothing. That's a bland nothing. It's pitiful.
Following public outcry, presidential pressure, and a stock plunge, late Tuesday, Cracker Barrel rolled back its decision, making what's old new again.
They're trying to modernize to be more like the competition. Cracker Barrel doesn't have any competition.
For Lowe, who went from vice president of operations to a decades-long board member, then loyal customer in retirement, it is just the latest misstep following a very expensive restaurant and menu update under the direction of CEO Julie Masino. As the CEO is coming up on 2 years of being in that position, has she ever stopped by and said hello?
I don't have any idea who she is.
And she doesn't have any idea who you are?
No.
Do you think she knows the story of Cracker Barrel?
I don't think so. I heard she was at Taco Bell, but what's Taco Bell know about a Cracker Barrel? And country food. And the food is something that they need to work on. Spending $700 million to do that is all I've been doing. Not just throwing money out the street.
Lowe says from the beginning, simplicity and authenticity were the main ingredients in Cracker Barrel's winning recipe. And today's CEO should bet on that.
So anyway, there you have it.
I love me a grumpy old man.
You know what? A couple of people know Tommy Lowe, and they were trying to get him to come on my show. And I don't know if I gave a couple of people my cell phone number and said, listen, if you could get him on, then please, because I would love to talk to him. Because part of that interview was he talked about the beginnings of Cracker Barrel, including having to, the pressure and the task of trying to find a whole bunch of folks to donate or invest $10,000 into starting Cracker Barrel. And so it is obviously just a shame that she comes out now and this new CEO, and she comes out and she completely changes it. And so now, and I don't want to regurgitate this topic from earlier this week because we all know that they have now changed some of the stuff back. And actually, there is an update to this story, which is that they have now posted this to their website about all of the gay pride stuff that they've been sponsoring. Listen to this. In connection with the company's brand work, we have recently made updates to the Cracker Barrel website, including adding new content and removing out-of-date content. In other words, they took all the gay stuff off. They say several months ago, the company also made changes to our business resource groups that now focus all sponsorships or events on our corporate initiatives. Listen to how good this sounds. For a restaurant, listen to how good this sounds. Addressing food insecurity, supporting community needs through food, and reducing food waste. That's what they're focused on.
Beautiful.
Simple.
Yep.
They could have avoided all of this hassle. And by the way, you've got to give it up for Robbie Starbuck. I mean, when that guy has a target, a corporate target, and he sees something that he doesn't like and he knows what they're doing, he does everything he can to expose them. And once they're exposed and they realize the power of I'm just going to say it, the conservative dollar, then they realize, yeah, we may have gone way too far left. And so by exposing these things, suddenly, for whatever reason, sunlight is the best disinfectant. They realize, yeah, you know what? We realize now how wrong we were to support, for example, gay pride parades, given what happens at these gay pride parades and so forth. And so, good. I will say this for Cracker Barrel. Good for them. Now, the problem, though, is that you have Cracker Barrel. A lot of people are saying that they refuse to go back to Cracker Barrel until that new CEO, I forget, I don't have her name in front of me, whatever her name is it Massimo? Is that what her name is? What is the new Cracker Barrel CEO? People are saying they're not going to go back to Cracker Barrel until she is actually fired.
Yeah, it's Massino.
Massino.
Yeah.
Can you imagine if she gets if she leaves or gets fired, whatever it is, how does she get another job?
Well, to that point, we were talking about her a week or so ago when this all happened. I found out that the lady that tanked Bud Light and almost ruined, Anheuser-Busch's stock and all that, LIV Golf hired her for some executive position.
LIV Golf?
Yes, she somehow got another job in an executive role. It's possible, but I would like to Massino more of the current Cracker Barrel CEO.
Go ahead and do it again. No, I'm gonna give this to you, Sam, because that was good. It took me a second. I'm a little slow this morning. I had a rough night last night. So go ahead and do that one more time.
I would just like to Massino more of the current Cracker Barrel CEO.
Very good. 7:45. 7:45. Time to check the roads on WTN. As far as your weather for today, it is going to be a nice day, actually leading into a nice weekend by and large. Mostly sunny today, getting hotter, a high of 89, feeling like 93. Saturday and Sunday, going to be, nice, sunny, highs in the 80s. Got some rain possible and a bit of a cool down for your Labor Day Monday. So, and a quick programming note, I will be doing Red Eye Radio next week, and I am going to have the Super Text line open. So you folks in Nashville,
are you going to marathon it?
I am going to marathon. You haven't been here, but yeah, I do that. I do 5 hours on Red Eye, and then I come in here and I do 4 hours on the morning show.
So how frequently am I going to be running to get you hot water?
Probably a lot, actually. And it's just a thing that I do. I make extra money and whatever. Moving right along. Hey, Donald Trump continues to. Did you hear Caroline Leavitt yesterday? During the White House press briefing, she was on fire. So I want to play some audio from her because honestly, she had a lot to say about the Democrats and she had a lot to say about the media as well regarding what is going on in Washington, D.C. or what is not going on in Washington, D.C. We spoke earlier about the fact that it's costing $1 million a day to keep the streets of Washington, D.C. safe. By the way, somebody is telling me on the Super Text line they finally had a homicide in D.C. last night. So can you see if that is indeed the case? Need some video as well. But we know that other cities are seeing the success of Washington, D.C. They are beginning to take notice. The media is beginning to take notice as well. Joe Scarborough, of course, I played that audio earlier this week of Joe Scarborough over at MSNBC. Red-pilled on this issue and talking to Brandon Johnson, the mayor of Chicago. Dude, are you telling us that 5,000 more law enforcement officers would not help the crime in Chicago? And he would not admit it. That shows you how out of touch they are. Yesterday, we had that polling that showed that the vast, vast majority of the American people understood that crime in America does need to be handled. So now you know the story of what's going on in Chicago. Big debate, the horribly unpopular mayor there, Brandon Johnson, J.B. Pritzker as well, battling Donald Trump as he considers sending in the National Guard. This is what Caroline Leavitt had to say about all of that yesterday during the White House press briefing.
As for Chicago and cracking down on crime, it is a priority of this administration to ensure that American cities are safe again. And I'm so glad that you brought up the crime in Chicago because we've been seeing the governor of Illinois parading out there saying that there's nothing wrong with Chicago. It's a great place to live. There's no crime there. He doesn't need President Trump's help. Well, I think the residents of Chicago beg to differ and the statistics beg to differ. And I'll just share a few of those statistics with all of you. For 13 consecutive years, Chicago has had the most murders of any U.S. city. This is J.B. Pritzker's legacy, by the way. For 7 consecutive years, Chicago has had the highest murder rate among U.S. cities with more than 1 million people. In 2024, just last year, Chicago's murder rate per capita was 3 times higher than Los Angeles and nearly 5 times higher than New York City. That's more than double the murder rate in Islamabad and nearly 15 times more than Delhi. Out of Chicago's 147,899 reported crimes this year, that's how many crimes have been reported in Chicago since January 1st. There have only been arrests in 16% of them. These numbers are unacceptable. There have been more illegal guns recovered in Chicago than in New York City and Los Angeles combined. The number of reported motor vehicle thefts last year was more than double the number in 2021. And Chicago has also, just like DC, come under scrutiny over discrepancies in its homicide data reporting. So as bad as these numbers are, perhaps they are even worse. And this is Governor Pritzker's legacy. He should put politics aside. He should pick up the phone and call this president, who would be more than happy to do right by law-abiding American residents in the city of Chicago, and we hope that he will.
I mean, man, that was a minute 46, and I usually don't play, audio bites that long without jumping in because I just can't help myself. But man, did she bring those receipts. And you hear those numbers, and it doesn't make any sense when you have a city so obviously crime-laden, and the state of Illinois and its governor won't ask for help or accept help. The same with Mayor Johnson. You just heard the stats from Caroline Levitt. So this is a situation that clearly is not going away. By the way, I've got some great audio here. Let me see if I can play it real quick before we go to the break. Senator Kennedy, you all know one of my favorites, Senator Kennedy, out of the great state of Illinois. And he was talking about just this. Listen to how he frames, Senator John Kennedy, how he frames the situation with crime in these cities and what Donald Trump is trying to do to help.
Well, I don't know about you, but I'm against crime. I think most Americans are, unless they happen to be a criminal or they happen to be like a rock, only dumber. It's also a fact that over the last 5 or 10 years, many of our major cities in America are worse. If you measure it in terms of crime and violence and education, poverty, family formation, it's easiest, not easy, but it's easiest of the problems I've just mentioned to deal with crime. And it's working. We've sent in law enforcement officials to Washington. Crime, violence is down. I don't understand Governor Pritzker's pushback. He's got a crime problem in Chicago. I mean, even the mafia is leaving Chicago because of the crime. I suspect Governor Pritzker, he seems to view random violence as preferable to having help from federal officials coming in. And I think it's probably because of his animosity toward President Trump. If President Trump came out in favor of breathing to survive, Governor Pritzker would probably hold his breath.
I mean, listen, he's absolutely right. The Louisiana senator is absolutely right. And you know what? That is going to be to the peril of the Democrats. And so if that's what they want to do, will then knock themselves out, and the Republicans will absolutely leave them in the dust. It is 7:52 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Jay Harper's in the WTN newsroom, filling in for Joan Jones. Jay, what's coming up?
Yeah, Dan, new information in the Minneapolis shooting and strong words from RFK Jr. on the CDC. We'll have that coming up at the top of the hour on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
So funny. So, yeah, I know. You can stop texting. You got Kennedy, Senator Kennedy. He's not from Illinois. I had Illinois on the brain. He is from Louisiana. You people know that I know, but I got like 50,000 text messages, which I appreciate the well dance, which, by the way, that's what we're just going to start calling. Now when I shank something, we're just going to call them well dance. That's what we're going to do. Stoltzco, 7:53 on Nashville's Morning News. Dan here. Indeed, this is a great Tennessee company. They continue to grow and expand. And the reason why they continue to grow and expand is because they're really good at what they do. They build pole barns, and these pole barns can be anything you want. It can be a garage, an event space, an equestrian building, even barn-dominiums. Yes, you can live in these pole barns. And these days, those barn-dominiums, they are new and improved. Stoltzko is now offering you turnkey options. Now, that means that they can handle the design, the construction, and the amazing finishing touches. So you turn the key and you are home. And right now, they also offer storm shelters, by the way, to keep you and your family safe. I love this company, Stoltzko. Your new pole barn from Stoltzko, it can be used for anything. So if you've got some land that needs a building for whatever you want, call Stoltzko. Tell them I told you to reach out, 615-622-5992, 615-622-5992. You can also find examples of their great work on Instagram and Facebook to see examples of what they can do for you. Find their website, stoltzko.com, Stoltzko, stoltzko.com. $7:57. Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. And I want to play this audio. Need some audio. I don't have the video for this. This was Senator Marsha Blackburn. We spoke to her yesterday during our remote at Edley's, and I usually play audio, but I don't know what it was about our video yesterday from Edley's, but I mean, I have seen hostage videos from the tunnels of Gaza that looked better than our video during yesterday's remote broadcast. I don't know what in the world. But anyway.
We would call that potato chip quality.
Is that what we call it? Potato chip
like
quality?
Looking through a potato chip.
Yes, indeed. But Marsha Blackburn, Senator, I did ask her, okay, so what about sending in the National Guard to Memphis? If she is the governor, if she ultimately wins this race for governor, would she be okay with sending in the National Guard into Memphis? Here's what she had to say. So what are your thoughts on the president's comments and your thoughts on sending the National Guard into a place like Memphis.
Well, I would support that. What we have right now is the FBI has been surging resources in Memphis, and they will announce their results and what all they're doing. I'm not going to take that away from them, but I will say their operation has been incredibly successful. And sometimes you have to have that surge to actually get the crime under control and to get these gang leaders, whether they're MS-13, Tren de Aragua, or other gangs, to get them out.
Yeah, and she also talked about the local community. They want this very much. They want to get that surge so that they can actually find some peace in Memphis.
What they want is to get enough surge going that they get the crime under control and they get kids back in school and away from the gangs.
By the way, you did hear her mention the FBI in Memphis. Don't forget that back in May, Kash Patel deployed the federal task force to stop the homicides there in Memphis. So they call it Operation Viper. 15 additional special agents, 2 intelligence personnel to arrest those violent criminals. They have made hundreds of arrests. By the way, headline on CNN, boy, they're going to have to choke on this. Labor Day gas prices, the lowest since 2020. It's 8 o'clock on WTN.
Good morning. We are coming up on 8 a.m. I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. Traffic and weather, they too are coming up. New information in the Minneapolis shooting that left 2 young children dead. ABC's Alex Perez is in Minneapolis.
New details emerging on how the chaos unfolded Wednesday. 911 calls coming in at 8:27 a.m. An officer scrambling to the scene, arriving by 8:31. According to authorities, the church, following its own safety policy, locked its doors when Mass began. The shooter unleashing a hail of bullets from outside the building.
Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. saying the CDC is corrupt and, quote, needs fixing, claiming the agency did not always follow science during the pandemic. His fight to change vaccine policy has led to the ousting of Director Susan Maneres, who was sworn in just last month. Maneres is disputing being fired, and 4 other officials at the CDC have now resigned. Here's ABC's Nicole D'Antonio.
Yesterday, employees staged a walkout accusing Kennedy of not following the science on vaccines. Now, in a letter to CDC staffers last night, Kennedy tried to lower tensions, saying, quote, I want you to hear directly from me. The mission remains strong, and so does my full confidence in you. Your daily efforts, often unseen, save lives. Reform does not diminish your work, it strengthens it.
New Orleans today, marking 20 years since Hurricane Katrina made landfall on the Gulf Coast, devastating the area. ABC's Robin Roberts, she grew up on the Mississippi Gulf Coast and remembers reporting on that challenging time. There is a special tonight on ABC called Hurricane Katrina, 20 years after the storm. Here is Roberts now.
It's one thing to see destruction on your television set or on your phone or, video.
Right.
It's a whole other thing to see it with your own eyes.
That is the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News. For the most part, traffic looking pretty good, but yeah, we've had some other crashes pop up here now. 40 westbound at the 2440 split. That would be exit 213A. The left shoulder's blocked there due to that crash. Out in Green Hills, we've got an injury wreck. Hillsborough Pike at Tyne Boulevard. Also a crash now being reported 24 eastbound right before Bell Road at exit 59. We've got your traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Jay. 8:05, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Friends, whether you have old, drafty windows or cheap builder-grade windows, right now is the best time to replace your windows. And you need to replace your windows with my friends at Window Nation. Get top quality, energy efficient windows from a trusted company, all at a great price. It's Window Nation. Now, right now, they've got a great deal going on. You buy 2 windows, you're going to get 2 windows free from Window Nation. Make no payments for 2 years. You're not going to have to deal with monthly payments, a down payment, or interest until 2027. That's a great deal from my friends at Window Nation. They've got an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. And listen, 96% customer satisfaction rating. How many businesses that are in customer service that can make that claim? Not many, but Window Nation can and does. Again, here's that special. Make no payments for 2 years. You won't have to deal with monthly payments, a down payment, or interest until 2027. Check them out today. Tell them you want the Dan special from Window Nation. This is their most popular offer ever. 866-90-NATION, 866-90-NATION, windownation.com.
866-90-NATION.
It is 8:05, Nashville's Morning News on WTN. Dan Matt is here for the Glock store. Yes, indeed. I'm talking about the Glock store. Now, I know you're going to say, well, what else is new? I'm going to tell you what is new at the Glock store. We call them C-cuts. Now, C-cuts are short for compensator cuts. These are little slots cut into the barrel and the slide that redirect some of that bullet blast upwards into a V pattern. Now, you folks that shoot, you know what I'm talking about. What this is going to do is this is going to help keep you on target by reducing what they call muzzle flip. And yes, it does lessen that recoil as well. Now, these cuts are identical to the ones that were offered in the high-end Gen 3 compensated Glocks. They haven't been available in the latest models, at least until now, because the Glock store is going to compensate your Glock in 10 days or less, and you are going to end up with a flatter shooting gun with less recoil. Now, it is pretty incredible, and if you want to try before you buy, Glock Store is going to let you do that. Just buy a sample bullet pack for $6.99, and you can shoot your choice of a C-cut Glock 17, a Glock 19, or a Glock 43X. The C-cuts make a huge difference in all of the models, but that 43X with the C-cut is simply amazing. Don't forget to bring your Glock in or just that barrel and slide. You're going to want to start those 10 days sooner than later. The Glock Store, minutes from the airport and worth the drive from anywhere. .807, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Thank you very much for being here. Last hour before we have 3 days off, and, well, except for Sam, who has to come in and run the tapes.
You're about to say some of us. Some of us have 3 days.
Listen, you know how many holidays, you know how many Christmases I worked? Do you know how many New Year's Eves I did traffic reporting in Los Angeles?
It's still better than cooking Waffle House on third shift on those days.
You know what, Sam? You need to count your blessings. That's what you need to do.
I do.
By the way, I was talking earlier about how people stop texting. I know that I shanked the state that Kennedy is from.
Yeah.
I said Illinois, and it's actually Louisiana. But people who listen to this show know that I know who and where he's from because I play his audio all the time because I love the guy. 8207 says this, and then we're going to move on. He says, the love from the text line is proof that people are listening to you, unlike the P1 homeless dude, which is what a P1 is, a super duper listener, like loves us, listens every single day. That's what in radio speak, Jay, you know this is what we call a P1.
Yeah, correct.
And Matt made the joke yesterday when he was down there at Italy's barbecue. He made the joke that the sleeping homeless guy was one of my P1s.
P1, absolutely. Mm-hmm. That's why you let the sleeping homeless guy lie.
Well, I was also worried that he was going to, hurt me. So I just, let it go. All right, we're going to move on? Let's move on. 809, Nashville's Morning News on WTN. So President Trump and his FDA, I love this. I'm going to need some video here. President Trump and his FDA, you know what they're doing? They are making sure, as best as they possibly can, they're doing their best to make sure that vaccinations and vaccination mandates, I should say, don't come back. They've taken away the legal apparatus that Joe Biden used to mandate those vaccines back during COVID and the China virus. And this is something that I absolutely love. Dr. Marty McCary, he was on Fox News. He is the FDA commissioner. And this is part of what he said on Fox News about that.
The FDA did two things. One, we approved COVID vaccines for the newest strain, and they're for high-risk individuals. Second thing we did is remove the emergency use authorization for COVID vaccines, which will eliminate the possibility of doing mandates in young, healthy subjects. Mandates are no longer legally possible. But anyone who wants to get a vaccine can get a vaccine. Remember, 20% of medications in the United States are given off-label. The vaccines will still be available.
Dr. McCary, I noticed the role of the physician seems to be increasing here. As a practicing physician, I'm sensitive to that. In other words, doctors are more involved in deciding who gets these vaccines. Talk to me about it.
Well, look, that's exactly what we want. We want to put the power back with doctors and their patients. We want these decisions to be a discussion. The government is not your doctor. The FDA did two things.
I love that. The government is not your doctor. Neither is your employer. And so he is absolutely right. And so basically, because I know that some of you may be thinking, well, vaccine mandates have been gone for a long time. That's true. But because they took away that emergency authorization, they're not going to be able to bring that back. See, the emergency authorization, that was like the vehicle that Joe Biden used to mandate those vaccines. So that is the important part here. Because remember, how many Americans, including some people that I know, and I'm going to tell you, we lost some really good employees. Companies have lost really good employees by forcing those employees out because they wouldn't get the vaccine. And I think that there's a lot of employers these days who probably they're still hurting from all the employees that they lost. By the way, our military would be one of them. Remember, Biden forced out all of those members of the military because they didn't want to take the vaccines? And so now we're finally, under Donald Trump, we're restocking, if you will, the military. But a lot of companies lost some really good employees. And so I think that the government under Donald Trump realizes how much of a fumble that was, because it was a huge fumble. Now, these mandates, they've been unwinding or unwound for quite some time, the further we get away from COVID. But again, what this ultimately does is it takes that legal basis that Biden used to justify those broad vaccine mandates. They are now gone, and that's good. By the way, you heard McCary say that if you love those vaccines, if you love the updates, you love your COVID booster shots, you can still do it. If you want to do it, you go right on ahead, knock yourself out. The other thing that I like that they're doing is they're demanding placebo-controlled trials from the pharmaceutical companies for future vaccine approvals, because the Operation Warp Speed, and we all saw this coming, Operation Warp Speed, they didn't get the usual trials. And so now there is, next time we end up with a China virus, well, we know that probably that is going to happen. So we need to ensure that the next vaccine, number one, is not mandated, and number two, that it is fully tested and it is fully researched, and that includes placebo trials. So putting a lid on the whole COVID thing, I think the travesty of those mandates, the Trump administration doing all they can to ensure that this will not happen again. One of the things that they said, and I'm just kind of reading the article, one of the things that they said is that there's some people that are worried that we'll see lower vaccination rates because of all of this. Again, it is still available if you and your doctor decide to do it. But if you have to mandate a vaccine, then, and you had so much pushback on the COVID vaccine and the mandates, well, then maybe there's a reason why people are pushing back, especially with the COVID vaccine, where there was a lot of controversy over it because people were pushing back. People were saying this is not being fully researched, and it may cause, back then, it may cause side effects. Turned out it did cause side effects. And anyone who had something against the vaccines, and certainly the mandates and the lockdowns, we were persecuted. And so that's why I think that this is such a great story, is because the Trump administration and hopefully our federal government at large, at least the people that are in there now, they do understand the mistakes that they made. And now they're taking steps to ensure that it doesn't happen again by taking away the COVID emergency use. And I think that's a great thing. You make your decision after you confer with your doctor. I think that is smart. By the way, I want to, coming up after the traffic, I'm going to read you how the AP frames this story. It is really interesting, and it's all straight ahead. 8:15, time to check the roads on WTN.
At the Eastern Split, 40 westbound at exit 230.
Sorry, my mom called me about my friend.
Green Hills, Hillsborough. Christy O'Brien.
All righty. It is 8:16 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Do you know what I'm noticing? I've been explaining throughout the show. By the way, your weather real quick. Mostly sunny today, warming back up a touch with a high of 89, feeling like 93. Nice weekend. Sunny, highs in the mid-80s on Saturday and Sunday. And Monday, Labor Day, rain and cooler. Do you know what I was going to say? Mother Nature's going to be working overtime on Monday, Labor Day. And then I chose not to because I realized how stupid it would be.
That was a good joke.
You think that was a funny joke?
Way better than your boring company joke. I'm going to harp on that to the day I die.
Listen, that joke was funny. I don't care what you say, Sam. And you're still on quadruple secret probation.
Especially after yesterday.
Yeah. So the mistake I'm making is that I now have the super text line open all the time with my laptop computer. And so during the traffic, I'm looking at some of the things that people are saying. And it's actually very funny and very distracting. Like 9756 that says, "Don't forget to tell us to get off your lawn, Dan." And I don't even know what I said to justify such a mean well-danning from 9756 at 8 o'clock in the morning. What did I say right before the news at 8? I don't even know what I said. That's a problem with doing a talk show, is you never really remember what you said. That's why when, like, the corner office calls your cell phone, and the first thing you say and the first thing you think is, oh, crap, what did I say?
Or the home office is texting you live.
Yeah, which is what happened to me yesterday when you left me on the radio.
What?
As I'm talking to you, and I think I'm off the air, and I'm actually on the air.
Well,
thank the Lord I didn't say anything bad.
Yeah, I'm actually the one that sounds stupid in that.
Did you go back and listen to it?
I did. We don't need to play it. It's fine. I sound really dumb.
Oh, we're gonna play it. We're gonna play it. Yesterday, 8:04, and Jay, did you hear this? Yesterday, 8:04. Sam, who is, by the way, in fairness to you, board operating, producing your first ever remote.
Yeah.
So, given that, you did a great job. You could have ended my career by leaving me up on the console when I don't know that I'm on. So, we're gonna, because I have not heard this. I received no less than 3 text messages on my personal phone from my wife and 2 friends who said, OMG, this is my wife, OMG, stop talking, you're on the air.
Give me a break.
So that's what my wife said. I, of course, didn't see that until after the remote, and I called her and I said, "What are you talking about?" And she said, they left you on and you were like chit-chatting with Sam, and it was clear you didn't know that you were on the air."
Yeah, I was asking you how things were going, and you took it.
Oh, what did I? Oh, okay. Wait, maybe we won't play it back. I got to know exactly what I said because.
Yeah,
I was not happy with the remote yesterday.
Yeah,
and Edley's, get me wrong, Edley's was great.
You found out you love smoked turkey.
I found out that I loved smoked turkey. All said, fine, good, and done, all that kind of stuff. But there were so many technical issues, and this is why I don't take the show on the road. And so and then they tried to stick a Marsha sticker on me, on my shirt. And I'm like, no, I'll stick to just going to the bathroom. Thank you. Moving right along.
Yeah, I'm on the talkback button to Sam like yesterday. I'm like, Sam, Dan doesn't know he's on the air, man. You need to, pot him down.
Was it painfully obvious to everybody that I didn't know that I was on the air?
Yes.
Yeah.
Was it? Is it like that obvious?
Yeah.
Is it because of
if
what
the
I
video
said?
quality was any better, you would have looked like a deer in the headlights.
Really?
Yeah. But it's okay because it's.
Okay, but clearly I didn't say anything to get me fired because I'm here.
Yeah. If anything,
So-
it would be the good senator's fault for going over on that interview. But I didn't say that.
All right. Again, moving right along. 8:20 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk. I don't even know where I'm at now. What was I supposed to do in this segment? We were talking about mandates and
Mandanda states.
Mandanda states. All right, I guess we're done with that topic. All right, so it is 8:20 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Chris is in today, right? So I'm going to take this moment. Is he coming actually into the studio?
I believe so. I know that I'm going to have to sit here for a minute because someone's running late.
Okay, so Chris and we recorded one heck of a podcast yesterday. I believe this is going to be my favorite podcast because we just rammed through like a whole bunch of segments, a whole bunch of topics, I should say, within a like 35, 40-minute period. And it was really good. I really enjoyed this one. So I think we're getting close to really finding our footing on these podcasts. I don't know exactly what time on Saturday morning it's going to be posted. It'll be like 6, 7, 8, 9 a.m., something like that. But definitely check out. It is mostly peaceful. And you can find the link on my socials, on Chris's socials, on YouTube. Just go onto YouTube and search Mostly Peaceful with Dan and Chris and listen to Saturday's podcast that we recorded yesterday. It is definitely one of my favorites. All right. 8:22 on Nashville's Morning News, and we've got Jay Harper. He's got the news at 8:30. Jay.
Yes, Dan. The chaos in the CDC just keeps on keeping on, and we'll have a big change for people buying products from overseas. All that and more coming up at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Well, it is, of course, officially moving season. It is summertime. A lot of people move during the summertime. It is a time filled with hours of packing, unpacking, and a whole lot of bubble wrap. But the first thing you should do when moving into your new house is to make sure that the Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity. It is super quick. It is easy to set up as well. And then, of course, boom. You'll have your new home hooked up with the ultimate Wi-Fi experience faster than the time it takes to parallel park a moving truck. Then you'll be back online with the most reliable Wi-Fi with the best in-class equipment from Xfinity. So you can just kick back, relax, and stream your favorite movies and TV shows while someone else deals with all of those boxes. Because with Xfinity, the only thing you'll have to worry about is remembering where you packed that remote. So make the right and easy move with Xfinity. I've been a customer for a long time, still am. Learn more at xfinity.com/move. Restrictions apply, not available in all areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi claim based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. All right, so this is really interesting. First of all, the super text line exploded with people telling us to play that moment when I didn't know that I was on the air. So perhaps against my better judgment, we'll go ahead and play that and see how that goes. But we're going to do it. You can stop texting. We're going to do it. We're going to do it coming up during the crisscross handoff. You know, though, what's going on? I need a video here. So we talk about what's going on in Washington, D.C. and all the crime across the country, Democrat-run cities, so on and so forth. So you know that Gavin Newsom, now he's decided to get tough on crime? Have you seen this? So apparently he is deploying more California Highway Patrol deployment.
Some more chips?
Some more chips. Eric Estrada, that other guy. And we'll see if it works, though. But I think it's funny because clearly Donald Trump is living rent-free in Gavin Newsom's head. Listen to what he said yesterday.
Effort that will now take shape on border division down in San Diego. We're going to advance this effort down in L.A. To other parts of the Central Valley, not just limited to Bakersfield, in partnership with Mayor Go there in San Bernardino. And we're going to expand this operation in a collaborative that continues to include the cities and counties, our partners in the sheriff's office and local law enforcement agencies. We continue as well to work with the federal partners. I'll remind you, in San Francisco, working with the Biden administration,
working with the Biden administration, where they cleaned up San Francisco in 48 hours because Xi Jinping was coming in. Remember that whole thing?
And the mess Kamala made in San Francisco before she left to be VP.
Oh, yeah, absolutely right. Well, she was San Francisco DA, then she was the state's attorney general, then she was a senator, then she was a vice president, and now, thank the Lord, she's nowhere to be found. Anyway, it is 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning. It is 8:30, and I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. We've got traffic and weather on the way as well. The Trump administration has already tapped a replacement for the CDC. Jim O'Neill, the man named as the interim director, he served in the Department of Health and Human Services back when George W. Bush was president. This comes after mass walkouts at the CDC to protest the firing of Susan Maneres. On Good Morning America today, House Speaker Mike Johnson says he has full confidence in RFK Jr.
We'll have to see how all that sorts out. The CDC plays an important role in the government and in our society, and we want it to be strong, and we want it to be restored to its original intent. The Secretary's made a good point that the existing leadership was not doing that.
And a big change for people buying products from overseas. New tariffs took effect at midnight, closing a loophole affecting millions of international packages. Here's ABC's Sophie Flay. She's got details.
Dozens of countries have suspended shipments to the U.S. That's because overnight, at the stroke of midnight, the Trump administration ended a tariff exemption that was in place for nearly a century. It was called the de minimis exemption. It allowed packages worth less than $800 to enter the U.S. tax-free and with minimal inspection. With the exemption now ended, many countries' postal services are scrambling to adapt to the new paperwork and fee collection.
Back here in Middle Tennessee, a Murfreesboro woman in serious trouble as she faces charges after federal officials say she threatened to kill U.S. Senator Marsha Blackburn. Penelope R. Convertino, who is 22 years of age, she's charged with making a threat to murder a federal official. That's according to acting U.S. Attorney Robert E. McGuire for the Middle District of Tennessee. Court documents reveal that back on May 30th, a threatening and vulgar voicemail was left to Blackburn's Nashville office. The caller made extremely violent threats against Blackburn, including plans to harm her on national TV. Convertino, they arrested her yesterday. The FBI did that. If convicted, she could face up to 10 years in federal prison and a $250,000 fine. The FBI and the Nashville field office are still investigating, and McGuire, he plans on prosecuting the case. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News.
Thank you, Jay. 8:33, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Love these folks. It is back to school time, and that means that Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, they are bringing the buzz with huge savings and sweet giveaways as well. Now, if you've got septic issues, now is the time to get it fixed. You can get 15% off any septic work, main drain lines, or whole home repipes. 15% off, that's right. Now you can upgrade your HVAC system and get entered to win the Healthy Hive giveaway. That is a $1,500 sponsorship to the local school of your choice. Now you join the Beehive Club and you can gift a free membership to a local teacher, coach, or faculty member. You buy one, gift one. It is just that simple. Breathe easier with $100 off indoor air quality products. The savings just go on and on. Call my friends at Busy Bee. They're always looking for ways to save you money. It's 615-775-7833, 615-775-7833. Find them online anytime. BusyBeeHVAC.com.
In Antioch, we've got a crash. Antioch Pike at Harding Place, and now an injury crash just being reported in the Green Hills area. Hillsborough Pike at Tyne Boulevard. Now in Rutherford County, we've got an injury crash involving a car and a motorcycle. This would be Northwest Broad Street, westbound, right at Van Cleve Lane. And finally, an injury crash, Jefferson Street at Cowan Street. We have your traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.837, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. You can never hear enough violins on WTN.
You can't.
No. We love our violins and our electric guitars.
I feel like this is kind of a song you'd play getting ready for the last day of school, senior year.
Yeah.
It's some Kid Rock, so yeah.
Is this Kid Rock?
Low Life.
All right, very good. I remember the last day of school. Do you remember the last year of high school? The last day of high school? I actually remember that.
I don't remember the last day.
No, you're that stoned?
We talked about, no.
Did you have to turn in your stone tablet,
That
Dan?
was after school.
Oh, okay.
But no, we talked about it. I didn't have to go to school, but on Fridays, my last year of,
Oh,
of
that's
high
right.
school. So I was...
They kind of gave up on you in school.
They gave up
right?
on
I mean, they just
yeah.
said, you know, just don't burn anything
They
down.
said,
And
please don't affect our dropout rate and only
That's
come
exactly
on
right.
Fridays.
Oh, by the way, real quick. So we had an episode. We're going to do this now, Sam. We had an episode. I didn't know about it until I looked at my phone at the end of the show yesterday, the remote.
You had a bit of an episode.
Yeah, well, I didn't know that I was on the air. Sam didn't tell me that I was on the air. And I am clearly, from what I'm told, perturbed at how the remote broadcast was going.
Oh, no.
And so, I mean, and I'm just going to tell you folks listening and watching, thank you, is that this is how careers are destroyed. I mean, honestly, this is how career, like if I had thrown down like some sort of a thing, which I never do.
You bring some heat sometimes.
Yeah, but, you know, I like to make sure the microphones are off. But I'm nice and I don't drop too many F-bombs.
No,
never. Anyway, so I'm told this is actually either really funny or really terrible.
I prefaced this with reminding people it was my first remote broadcast.
You're Sam's first remote. I am coming back, I think, from somewhere, and I put my headphones on. I have no idea that my microphone is on in broadcasting. I got off the air and I looked at my phone. Got all these text messages from people telling me, "Stop talking. You're on the," because people know.
Yeah.
People, our friends know.
They look out for us.
Yeah, they
And
do.
The super texters do too. There's been times where people have caught me having live mics in the studio where like a guest won't shut it off, and they'll be like, "Look out, it's a trap."
That's exactly right. So go ahead and play it. This is yesterday's
we were waiting
broadcast.
on Dan to get back. Nice to meet you guys. They were just over there getting some barbecue.
I'm here.
We're here. We're live at Edley's.
To be fair.
Hello.
Yes.
Hey, who's this?
It's Sam.
Sam, I thought Leviticus was taking over.
We're going over stuff. It's all good.
Okay.
It's all good. How are things there?
Fine. I just, doing my thing.
Doing your thing.
Yeah. Let's see. Trying to figure out. No idea.
We need that for a hotkey.
Is that it? Oh, hold on.
Oh. That was it.
That was it. Okay.
Just
So
doing my thing.
To be fair,
Doing my thing.
had no idea I was on the air.
The first thing he said, "We're live at Edley's." Should have been a cue.
So, yes. And when I was putting on my headset and the volume was down.
Oh.
So I was didn't know.
There's no speaker set up for you to hear what's coming from the broadcast while you're waiting to come back. Like there's nothing like in here,
Only
like
in
the
my
monitors.
headphones. Only in my headphones.
Yeah, only
Okay.
in the phone.
Wow.
So yeah. So I mean that could have been really bad.
Could have, but it wasn't.
And here's the funny thing though, Sam. This is what we call a teachable moment. Is that you clearly knew that I didn't know that I was on the air. So why didn't you say, "Hey Dan, by the way, you're live on the radio right now."
I thought maybe you heard that we're live at Edley's, but
I didn't hear that.
I was waiting for the 40 years of experience to kick in.
So when I was driving in,
Wow, did you hear that? Did you hear that?
That was harsh.
Wow. Well, next thing you know, he's going to say, you won a Marconi. You should know better, right? I was waiting
Well,
for that.
you made the point for me.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
You
Go
can,
ahead, Chris.
you can have a new segment, Teachable Moments with Dan Mandish.
Sure.
Teachable moments.
That'll end after one.
Teachable Moments.
So funny.
Mm-hmm. You ever have one of those?
Oh yeah.
What happened to you?
What, my teachable moments?
Yeah, well, like you're on the air. You didn't know you were on the air?
So this was, I'd left my mic on. This is when I was on a hip hop station, and we were doing I was 18. We're doing an overnight show. So it's like 2 a.m. I left my mic on, and we used to joke the only people that were listening to us at that time were the headphone crew, which is people in prison listening on headphones.
Oh, nice.
So I left my mic on, and I started talking a little bit of junk about the prisoners.
Mm-hmm.
And
what did you say?
I was just like, can you believe these guys? Like, the only people we have are idiots that are getting locked up and this and that.
Oh, no.
So, yeah.
That's funny.
We didn't get any, like, text messages or calls on account of they were in prison.
No.
I'm sure they weren't happy.
I was going to say, you would now, though.
Yeah.
New Dan Mandis slogan, unaware and on the air.
Oh, I like that.
That's
That's on a bumper
good.
sticker.
Y'all should have a light that says, hey, stupid, you're on the air. I don't think our on-air light at the studio even works. We certainly can't have one.
It needs new bulbs.
Very confusing. It looks like it's on when it's off.
Does it really?
Yeah.
It blinks.
Very good. Anyway, moving right along.
We recorded a new episode of Mostly Peaceful yesterday.
Thank you. I've got a 3-day weekend on the brain, so let's just get through
I didn't
this.
even know that we had a 3-day weekend coming up until yesterday.
It's like this show. It's laborious day.
It's laborious day.
It's Labor Day. Yeah, so we got the day off.
Yeah.
I'm doing red eye, but yeah, it's going to be exciting.
You doing red eye all week?
All week.
Marathon Mandis.
Marathon, that's okay. Marathon Mandis. I'm looking forward to it, actually. And I actually have a lot of fun when I do that. Just because, I get to talk to people all across the country. You know what I really like about it? I like that I'm able to, because I can't really take a lot of calls on the morning show.
Yeah.
So I like that I'm able to take calls.
And you said you're gonna have the text line open.
Yeah, I'm gonna have the text line open.
Are you gonna plug that across?
I do.
The Red Eye universe.
Yeah, and I'm not even sure I'm allowed to do that, but I do.
You definitely should.
Yeah, and I started hearing people from like all over the country, and it, as I said, it's a lot of fun, and so I enjoy doing it.
Are you able to go live on YouTube during Red Eye?
No, they would probably frown upon that. Actually,
you should ask them next time.
No,
we need to.
I'm not going to
cross pollinate and steal some of those viewers and listeners.
Do you know what the problem is? In all honesty, do you know what the problem is?
What?
The problem is, and this is inside radio, but that would then mean that I'm competing with affiliate stations.
Got you.
So I'm not allowed to do that, but that's okay. But it's a good suggestion.
Teachable moments with Dan Mandis.
Teachable moment, Chris.
Maybe you go on and you say, I can't do this, but normally I'm live on YouTube if you want to like and subscribe.
That I have done.
Okay.
That I have done. Hey, we had a banger podcast yesterday.
Banger.
So I predict that people are going to get really mad at your take on Israel.
I don't think so.
That's okay. That's all right.
I think people are going to be mad at your take.
My take?
Yeah.
My take was fine. My take was banger.
All I did was bring theories to the table, Dan.
Oh, my goodness gracious. Is that what you did? You brought theories?
I brought the discussion that's online to the podcast.
So I'll tell you what I liked, and then we'll get on to some other stuff. But what I really liked about the podcast was that it felt rapid fire, and I liked that a lot.
Yep.
It was very rapid fire. We hung on the topics. We spent more time on the topics that deserved more time. And then we had some little quick hits on some other topics as well. And I love the fact that we said that we were going to do this. It's like, all right, Mason, this is going to be a 20-minute podcast in and out. And I think we went for 45 minutes.
Yep. And we had basically a whole pre-podcast before Mason showed up.
Yeah, we sure did.
Mason was an hour and a half late.
Yeah, I know.
Me and Dan are like texting our wives being like, we're so sorry.
Honey.
We don't know what's going on with Mason.
I hope he's listening.
My wife's like, thank God he's not going to be home for another couple hours. That's what I usually hear. Hey, you want to hear the is it bothering you that when we hear the media talking about the shooting in Minnesota, that they're referring to him as her?
Federal law enforcement identifying the shooter as Robin Westman, formerly known as Robert. But
come on, man, it's Robert.
Filed for a name change in 2019 to use female pronouns.
This is as we call in the business, a supercut. And this is 3 minutes of the media calling him Robin and referring to him as a her.
And wants her name to reflect that identification, was underage. It's now Robin.
Does anybody really care what he wanted, by the way?
No, it seems like they're
so
paying
stupid.
more respect to the killer than the victims in this case, respecting the pronouns. I saw the police chief of Minneapolis get up there and use they, them pronouns.
Did they really?
For the shooter. And part of me at first, I got infuriated, but then I was like, no, this is woke Minneapolis. That poor cop is worried about using the wrong pronouns and getting fired over it.
Yep, you're right. And here's the thing, is that this killer doesn't deserve any respect whatsoever. And so why would they, respect his desire to be called a female and I don't think he actually, I don't know if you know, but I can't find, and we can't find anything that shows that he's actually gone through any of the hormone treatments or anything like that. So it's it seems like all he did was put on some makeup and a dress, unless you know.
The only thing I would say, and I don't have any evidence other than photographs, is that it does look like there is a physical change from some of those early photographs to the newer photographs. But I would say to that point, if you're playing devil's advocate, you see what women do with the contouring. You can look like a completely different person with makeup. So that doesn't necessarily mean that it's the hormone drugs.
Right. All right, gonna switch topics now real quick because I forgot to get to this. Do you know Wes Moore, Maryland governor?
The Maryland governor. He's been under fire because of his Bronze Star.
So I'm trying to figure this out. So he said that he had a Bronze Star. He didn't have a Bronze Star. Then they gave him a Bronze Star.
Yeah, I think he falsely claimed that he had a Bronze Star for like 15 years or something like that. And then he got one 2 years ago. And so now he's like, no, see, I do have a Bronze Star. But it's like, no, okay, that's great. What about the decade and a half?
I love what happened yesterday. I don't know if you have this, but this was yesterday on Fox News with Will Cain.
I was recognized by the United States Army with both the Bronze Star and the Combat Action Badge. I think I'm not only proud of the service that I have done to this country and the fact that I was willing to put my life on the line, wear the uniform of this country, overseas and lead soldiers, but I also know that the soldiers that I serve with are also...
Will Cain is waiting for him to shut up so that he could jump in.
The best part about this, if you're watching on YouTube, is Will Cain's face. It seems like it's like melting off of his skull because he's getting so infuriated with him. He's just scrunching up, and he looks like a wax figure that's been left out in the sun.
Yes.
At how perturbed he is at Wes Moore.
And the funny thing is, Wes Moore cannot see, because when they do those hits, they can't see the other person. It's all just, microphones. So he doesn't know how ticked off he is.
He has no idea what's coming.
He looks
for him.
like he's downwind from one of the worst passes of gas that's ever happened.
Proud. And also, I know that most soldiers and most veterans know the ridiculousness of this line, and especially when they know that as someone who's actually led soldiers in combat, and someone who's actually led led people overseas, and to know the United States Army actually recognized me with these awards, I think it does matter.
Okay. Go get him.
Governor, first of all, I appreciate your service. I appreciate your service in combat. It's not something that I did, and I recognize and honor your service for this country, and I mean that sincerely. But this is important because it's not ridiculous.
And I appreciate that.
It's important to know that you also are telling the truth. And you did get the Bronze Star, but you got the Bronze Star 2 years ago. And that 2 years ago, you got the medal, you got a citation, you got a ceremony. But you claimed it in 2006 when you didn't have any of those things. So you would know if you got the Bronze Star. The question is, why did you claim it for so long before you got it? And by the way, the Pentagon has responded to this. I want to read you a statement from DOD. They have something to say about this as well. The Pentagon said in 2006, Wes Moore listed a Bronze Star on his resume he didn't have until 2 decades later. Wes Moore is a perfect example of a politician who inflates his resume and hopes no one notices.
Here's the thing. Like, Wes Moore calls this like an honest or an innocent mistake.
For 2 decades.
For 2 decades. As he's getting all the accolades of having a Bronze... And here's the other thing that's crazy. Did he not know that somebody would figure this out? That's the other thing.
So I bet you when he started, he didn't think anybody would figure it out. But I bet you as time has gone on, he's been biting his nails more and more.
Yeah.
You know, especially after what we saw happen with Tim Walz during the presidential campaign, where they called him out for stolen valor and leaving his troops behind.
And that shows such even though he was in the military, I believe that does show disrespect for our military. Real quick.
Your response, Governor.
My response is I'm very proud of my service, and I'm thankful that the United States military has recognized my service in Afghanistan with both the Bronze Star and the Combat Action Badge. I'm thankful for the service that I did overseas. I'm thankful for the soldiers that I led with. I'm thankful for all of our veterans
he has no comment.
Who understand the sacrifice that we were able to make, and I'm grateful for the opportunity now to be able to continue to do good work on behalf of the people of the state of Maryland.
Yeah.
Your comment, Governor. Well, here's a lot of words that don't say much. Is that the end of his presidential hopes? Because they've been talking about him, a guy like Westmore,
absolutely,
as a VP or as a presidential pick. That's it. He's cooked.
He's got to be. He's got to be cooked. Because I do believe that it did make a difference with Tim Walz. I do believe it made a difference with Tim Walz.
I agree. I mean, do you remember how many pissed off veterans we had at Tim Walz?
Oh, yes, a lot. 8:53, and Jay's got the news coming up at 9. Jay.
Yes, sir, Dan. The House Oversight Committee, they're subpoenaing the estate of Jeffrey Epstein. So we'll hear more on that. Also, a body recovered in the Cumberland River. We'll have those stories at 9 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Jay. 8:53 on Nashville's Morning News. Business owners, listen, if your concrete floors in your business need a little love, my friends at Specialty Coatings, they can help you. They specialize in concrete floor coatings and polished concrete, and they've been doing it for 30 years. Now, you've probably walked on some of their incredible concrete floor coatings. They've done all the major sports stadiums and the arenas and the convention centers. You know, just last year, Specialty Coatings in Nashville, they installed over 1 million square feet of coatings for businesses across Tennessee. You should look into them because this is a great company. Those buildings, by the way, they've done manufacturing, warehouses, airplane hangars, retail, and a lot more. Now, this is not some fly-by-night company. You know, a couple of guys show up with a bucket and a roller. No, they've got the equipment and the skilled installers. So your job is going to be done on time and on budget. No matter how bad your floor looks, Specialty Coatings, they can fix it. And each project is customized to your building and your needs. So call them, tell them Dan told you to reach out, 615-591-9491. You can email them, sales@specialtycoat.com. And by the way, see amazing, incredible examples of their work at their website, specialtycoat.com.
Hey folks, this is
8:58, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. By the way, there's something really special happening this weekend on WTN. Pastor Alan Jackson has a show now on Sunday night.
This is a pretty big deal, and we're all excited about it over at World Outreach Church. You know, that's where I go to church. That's where Joan Jones goes to church.
Yep.
But yeah, Pastor Alan's getting his own show Sunday nights from 7 to 8 on Super Talk. He's officially a Super Talk host now.
Now, this is where I do dumb stuff.
Oh, no.
Is he going to play like some Alan Jackson bumper music?
I don't know. We always joke that he's the best Alan Jackson from the South.
Wow, that might be the most controversial thing you say today.
That's what we say. That's what I say.
All right. So, and what is he going to talk about?
So he's going to be looking at news through a biblical lens, which is something that if you know Pastor Alan Jackson, that this is what he does. But he's going to be bringing some really, really great guests that really meet at that intersection of faith and politics. So this week, he has investigative journalist Eric Eggers on and podcast host Allie Beth Stuckey. Yep. So they're going to have really great conversations, and I'm excited for my pastor to be here on this station as well.
And that is what time?
7 to 8 Sunday evenings.
Cool. You might be reaching a lot of non-Christians too, as a matter of fact, on this station.
I think that's the move.
Yeah. I think this is a great opportunity for the pastor and also for WTN. Frankly,
We're blessed to have him as a part of the team. So shout out to Pastor Alan Jackson, World Outreach.
All right, cool. And Chris Hand is next. What do you got?
Well, don't forget Mostly Peaceful.
Yes.
New episode tomorrow, 7 a.m.
It's a banger.
Today on the show, we got Monica Page joining from the White House like we do every Friday. We'll talk about the latest in the Minneapolis shooting. And J.D. Vance was absolutely on fire when people say praying doesn't do anything. He says, enough of that garbage, and he leads an entire room in prayer.
Absolutely. And I'll see you Tuesday on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.